overtaken a ride-on lawnmower. We have zoomed by a tricycle. And we whisked by a food mixer. Are you ready, Sean?
Let's do this.
Two men fast and furious, Roy Taylor and Sean Woods, both diagnosed with MND, are taking on a challenge the world has never seen before. They're going to lap Mondello in their wheelchairs. Saturday, September 25th at Mondello. Witness history.
One health check, 4 hours, total peace of mind. Beacon Hospital's Health Check is Ireland's only advanced health screening programme with results delivered on the same day. This is modern medicine. This is Beacon Hospital. Book your Beacon Health Check today at beaconhospital.ie.
Well, welcome back to the Beacon Hospital supported coverage of the ICCR here at Mondello Park. We've had two good races. I did tell you they were going to be good, and they were really, really entertaining tin-top races just before the break. We've just had a quick lunch break. The paddock is really busy. We've got a lot of families down here watching, a lot of supporters, a lot of young karters, which we haven't had here before, which is great. We were hoping to get some karters to transition into car racing here at Mondello Park. It's something we're actively working on at the moment, so it's great to see them here. They're very welcome. From your point of view, make yourself a cup of coffee and get ready, because there's plenty more action coming your way. Next up is going to be the Zetec safety-backed Fiesta Zetec Championship. Budget tin tops, all the exact same, all heavily policed, and they give us great racing. Ian Fishburne in the Fish Graphics car has grabbed pole position this morning in wet conditions, but as you can see, conditions have got a little bit better. It's dried out. He did have good dry weather pace the last time, but alongside him on the front row is going to be Michael Barber, who has one hand on the championship. Really has it almost won, so he's got to be careful, but he does like winning, Michael Barber. He's done plenty of it, so that's going to be really, really good. After that, we've got the Irish Auto Parts.ie Future Classics. Great grid there, as we said. Tomas O'Rourke on pole position. I can see him down below me there putting fuel into the Honda. He's getting ready to go. Then we're going to have the Finstown House Boss Championship, and that's going to be really good, because the fact that it's dried means the quick guys at the back that struggled in the wet conditions this morning will be looking to come powering through. Remember, we've got Formula 1 engine cars on the grid on that one. We'll go through them when they come out, but that'll be worth watching. Don't miss it. And then the big one for the afternoon, Formula Vee Ireland is going to race for the Martin Birrane Trophy. And that's really, really good. I've got the grid here in front of me, and Jack Byrne has taken pole position for that one, the Abbey Lawn car. Tim Murray alongside him in that beautifully modified Lee Stone chassis. He's had a win here already this year. Tim very quick in the wet, but it's dry, so we'll see how that one goes. Dan Polly, always a danger man on the second row of the grid. Anthony Cross, 3 times champion, just won the championship again, running number 1 yesterday. He's really going to want to win that trophy. Then Donald Downey. We've got some of the young drivers, the stars of tomorrow. There's a Star of Tomorrow championship, and he's on the third row of the grid. Robert Fleming raising money for charity alongside him. Owen Kelly, Gavin Buckley. So it's going to be really, really good stuff from Formula Vee, and they're going to be chasing the Bahrain Trophy this afternoon. We've got more action after that. Again, it doesn't end there though, because straight after that we're going to go into the Irish Touring Cars, the Supercars and the Seats that you saw earlier. Then we'll go back onto the STs again. Everybody gets 2 runs, so even the 2 classes that you saw before lunch, they'll be out again, and all the other classes will get 2 runs today. So there's going to be plenty of action on the live streams today, so don't go anywhere. Get yourself a cup of coffee while you can, because we're going to be racing with the budget Fiestas, the Zetec Fiestas here at Mondello Park in just a few minutes time. Well, here we go. That's the BMW Ireland safety car. It's a BMW M2 competition. Just that's the officials out checking the track. Nice way to check the track. If you want to drive that car at Mondello Park, you can. You can come down here and drive that BMW. Just log on to mondellopark.ie and click on experiences. There's the Fiesta Zetecs. There are the Fiesta Zetecs coming out of the pit lane now. Zetec Safety sponsoring this one. Neil Murphy here today from Zetec Safety. Loves being involved. He's very interactive and former racer himself. and he sells branded gear and safety clothing and quite a lot of it. So there's all the cars, all looking resplendent in their Zetec livery, and this is the biggest grid we've had in this class for a number of years. A class that's very much on the move again. It's accessible. If you're sitting at home and you want to go motor racing, that's a class you should look at. You can buy a car for €2,500. Sure, the cars up the front might be €1,000 more, but it really is budget. It's heavily policed, and the cars are all very, very similar straight line speeds. So all the emphasis comes down to driver ability. No setup really allowed on them, not much, very basic tire pressures and stuff like that. But they run a standard shock even, so there's no adjustment on the shocks or anything like that. So great for some newcomers to start in, and we've got some newcomers here today. So we can expect some great racing, but it's Ian Fishburne. He's done a little bit of rallycrossing and a little bit of racing, but not much. But he has bought this car this year to come back full-time, having done a couple of races last year, and he went really well first time out. Oh, somebody getting way out of shape there. That's someone trying to get a bit of heat in the back tyres, I'd imagine. I think that was Lara Whelan. Hung on to it nicely, though. So they use this time on the warm-up lap to try and get... They run a Yokohama tyre, which, although it's road legal, it's quite soft and sticky. So they will want to get a bit of heat into them, especially into the back, as we saw just there, because the back tends to be set up a little bit stiff, or as much as you can. You run higher tyre pressures to get the back of the car moving around so the cars don't understeer so much. There's Roy Tobin going through. There's David Maguire Jr., very well known to us from sim racing, of course, with Digital Motorsport. Digital Motorsport's also a sponsor of the title sponsor of the ICCR. You'll see the DM logo at the top of your screen. Have a look at digitalmotorsports.com. Great guys, based here at Mondello Park and in Green Oak now in a new office. And pretty much anyone that's involved in racing that has a sim would have got it from them. They offer great help and advice. They've got a sim centre here also at Mondello Park, and it's now become part of the corporate benefits when you come down here to drive the Porsche cars, the BMW M cars, the new Ferrari, any of those cars. You can also virtually drive the track in any car you want up to Formula 1. So I'm sure they probably have a Fiesta Zetec on it as well. If they don't, they'll be working on it straight away. They even have a race Fiesta Zetec, the Digital Motorsport guys, and a Mazda MX-5, and we'll see them out on track later on in the future classics. So there they go. That's David Maguire going through. Mark Menahan as well, welcome returnee to the grid. That's the yellow and green car. Haven't seen him out. I don't think he's been out this year, but back well up there, 10th place. Said he had old tyres on this morning. It was very wet, so that's a good performance. So do watch out for him. Caleb Shanley going through there, 32, the blue distinctive blue car. It's Alan Dawson in the Sheds Direct car, very distinctive there with the Daedlow bumpers. Mark Johnson was on provisional pole at one stage. He's there too. Number 21, great grid. A lot of talent in this grid as well. This will be hard fought. Ian Fishburne's going to take up pole position. Michael Barber alongside. Michael Barber, massively experienced driver. He's a Hyundai dealer from Airside in North Dublin. He's always been in the motor trade. He won many, many championships here. He won Formula Fords, the Fiat Uno Cup, and that was a really competitive budget championship back in 1995. He won that, won the Sexton Championship, went back rallying, national rallies. Got back into the business end of things, and the two sons were racing. He's come back out. He did come back out for fun, but it's a little bit more serious now because he's been really competitive this year, and he's done most of the winning. And I think a finish here today will probably give him the championship. He doesn't need too many points, but he does need to stay out of trouble. So Fishburne on pole, Michael Barber alongside him. Young Harry McGovern, another second-generation racer, really has been going well in the Morgan Dempsey run car in the second row of the grid. Mondello's Phil Lawless on the outside of row 2. Watch out for him. Phil Lawless knows his way around Mondello like very, very few more. Alan Dawson, another massively experienced man in the... He's raced everything. It would take me too long to list, but he's been very successful in many, many classes. And he took a win the last day out here in the Sheds Direct car. Mark Johnson alongside him, another former winner. Andy Kavanagh, row 4. Danger Man, Roy Tobin, Dave Maguire, Mark Menahan, Mark O'Donoghue, and away they go. And who is it as they head down towards turn 1? Has Fishburne done enough? I think he has. Barber slightly ahead. Fishburne holds the inside line. Can Michael Barber outbrake him on the outside? Not quite. He can. He gets around an armful of opposite lock. A little bit of contact there. Barber chops across his bows. Very keen to take the lead as they go through. There's Mick Kyo and all the rest going through. Keith Lennon in his first ever race. The ex-novice cross on the back of that one. Beautifully turned out car. And it is. Barbel's done it round the outside of turn 1. And Ian Fishburne just deferring to him there. So the championship leader leads the race, but I don't think it's all over just yet. So the Hyundai dealer out front leading the Fish Graphics man. And is that Alan Dawson up to third place? It is. Danger, danger. Alan Dawson in third. He won here, as we said, the last day out. And he'll be keen to get another one. Looking racy already. Look at Michael Barber. Cold tyres flat out, trying to make a break early on. Slow. Oh, red flags are out. The red flags are out. The race has been stopped. I thought Michael Barber was slowing. So obviously got an issue somewhere out of shot. See the marshals, the Orange Army there waving the red flags in the background. Car off at turn 1. It's Andy Kavanagh. A lot of damage at the back of that car. It's an unusual place to go off at turn 2. That's the car will be absolutely fine. You can see the driver, will be absolutely fine. You can see the roll cage inside. That's why the car ends up that shape. The car might take a hit, but the roll cage will always stay intact, and it's designed very much to protect the driver. That's a shame. Andy Kavanagh did say he was a danger man. Not like Andy Kavanagh to qualify that far back. He is normally way further up the grid, and has been generally on the front row. Very, very quick in that Archer Motorsport Miles Plus car. But no, that's Andy Kavanagh very much out of the running for the rest of the day. Looks like there's another driver involved there, absolutely fine. Rescue crews there already, great stuff by them, and indeed by the marshals. But the rescue crew already over with that car. So once the driver is out, they'll take the car and just get it towed off the track, get the track cleared. The other competitors will come round to the start-finish line. Here they come. They'll be well aware that there is no racing now. They've seen the red flags. They'll come back around and stop on the grid, and we'll have the track cleared, and we will have a restart again. So there's Michael Barber, car number 22, the number he's always used in his racing career. He used that when he won the Fiat Uno Cup in 1995 here at Mondello Park, and that's the last time he won a championship. He's about to win another one. But I think if we go back to the original grid, which I think we will, it gives Ian Fishburne a second chance, doesn't it? I wonder, will he be so obedient going down into turn 1 if Michael Barber wants to sit around the outside? So we'll see what happens when they get going one more time. So they're heading back towards the grid now, and they will form up, and then we'll be given probably will it be a shortened race? Probably slightly. The officials will inform us. Here they come. Great shot of the Zetecs. 21 of them, well 20 of them now as they come back up the hill, and Fishburne already at the inside going to assume that pole position slot. He had a really good lap in qualifying, took pole, and he thought he could go quicker again, and he actually spun on the next lap, and he said had he not spun on that lap, he could have gone faster again. But plenty of pace. There's all the rest coming through. There's Mick Kyo in car number 50, down on power engine, unfortunately for Mick. He's very experienced, done a lot of racing not racing, he's done a lot of auto testing and multi-venues and stuff like that, and he's desperately trying to get the engine sorted on that car since the last race meeting, but just wasn't able to. Everybody far too busy, and Mick's been busy himself. He's climbing mountains during the week for charity, so he's been hobbling around the paddock all weekend, but he just wants a stamp on his license. He said he's going to build a brand new car for next year, but certainly he's a little bit of work to do in the power department on that one. So he looked like he'd made up a couple of places. He'll have to give them back. So they're coming back to the grid now, and it's going to be the original grid by the look of it. So that's a great shot taken from the teleporter camera, I think it is, up on a platform at Southside Motor Factory's corner, looking back down on the grid. And we were down to early teens in numbers of this class not that long ago, maybe a year or 18 months ago. But great to see it so strong now. 21 cars signing up today. And actually, if you add up, I think we've had 26 or 27 drivers over the season. They just haven't all turned up at the same time. If they do, we would absolutely fill the grid here at Mondello Park. And there are a number of other cars in build. These are the cars we spoke about earlier. If you want to do the Mondello Park 6-hour race and race alongside British touring car drivers, Formula 1 drivers, you can do that. Get yourself one of these cars. Look for Fiesta Zetec. Done deal, wherever you can, on the paddock, the Fiesta Zetec Facebook page, anywhere like that. There's always a car or two available, and you can have 3 or 4 drivers, and you will race for 6 hours non-stop at Mondello Park on November the 7th. You'll start at midday and you'll finish at 6 o'clock, and it goes dark at about 4 o'clock. The last hour and a half, 2 hours of that race are in complete darkness. The Barbables are former winners. Michael Barber's on the front row. LOH Motorsport, who built Fishburne's car, have also won at Murray Motorsport, prolific winners of it. I think they're going to run 5 cars in it this year. There's talk of David Kennedy, ex-Formula 1 driver, Tommy Byrne, ex-Formula 1 driver, coming to have a go. There's also talk of perhaps Andrew Jordan, British touring car driver, and Colin Turkington has expressed an interest if it doesn't clash on his calendar. So we could have Formula 1, 2 Formula 1 and 2 BTCC drivers on the grid. We've had rally champions, national rally champions before. So you can literally, if you're sitting watching this at home, you can get a license. You get onto Motorsport Ireland, get your license starter pack, and then come down and do your course. And you can compete in that 6-hour race alongside some very, very big names. So that's why these Fiesta Zetecs are so popular. They're not highly tuned, not particularly quick in a straight line, but they give great racing. They're great to cut your teeth in. And you can use them on hill climbs, you can use them on track days, you can use them for the 6-hour race, and of course for these races here. In fact, there's a class of them in rallycross as well. So they're just being gridded up again. I don't think there's any problem with any of the cars down there. So just sweeping a bit of debris up there. At turn 2, the Orange Army, the Marshals. They're a great team of marshals that we have here this weekend, and actually an appeal from the ICCR during the week got us a lot of new marshals who are out there being trained and being helped by lots of experienced marshals. We've got loads of really experienced marshals. You can see Clodagh in the middle of that. She does a lot of the organisation. She's doing training for them, first response training now, and actually they're fundraising for that today, and the driver's helping them out with a bucket for donations down by the medical unit in the pit lane. So Clodagh Byrne and John Rock there, the man from Mondello Park who does the work of 10 men most of the time. And the Orange Army, as we said, great job. We're very proud of them here at Mondello Park. And we certainly would not be able to go racing without them. So a quick moment to thank them. But they seem to have sorted that issue out very, very quickly. And we're going to be ready to go shortly. So there they are, one of the Mazda pickups that have been used for many years at Mondello Park for transporting everything from fire extinguishers to brushes and cement powder, marshals, everything. So we've got people in the corporate suites here as well today. It's very busy in the paddock. I met a lot of people that haven't been here in many, many years. I met a lot of young carters who had never been here before. So great to see them. The Wexford Motor Club Youth Academy have done a great job lately with some of the stuff they're doing, and I was involved in the interviewing of some of the young kids, and they're absolutely brilliant. And some of them have come up today just to watch the racing, and they have never been to Mondello Park before, and that's really good. It's great for the future of motorsport, of motor racing at Mondello Park. But David Kennedy is here, and Michael O'Carroll is down there with him, and a few others in one of the suites having great chats. Michael O'Carroll, the man who brought television to Mondello Park, of course, many, many years ago when the Leinster Trophy used to be televised live on RTE for both days for many, many years. It was always the big one. If you got a win there, it was worth 10 normal race wins, the drivers used to say, similar to the Phoenix Park. So we're getting ready to... Are we getting ready to go? Well, they're certainly gridded up. Maybe they'll give them a warm-up lap before they let them go. But as soon as we get any information, we will let you know. I think we're just missing one car. Do I see any other gaps in the grid? I don't. Let's just name check everybody on the grid because they went away the last time before I got there. They're off on the warm-up lap. So it's Ian Fishburne and Michael Barber on pole position, Harry McGovern and Philip Lawless on row 2, Alan Dawson and Mark Johnson on row 3, then all on his own, Roy Tobin on row 4, David Maguire Jr. on row 5 alongside Mark Minahan, then Mark O'Donoghue, former champion in this class, and then it's Lar Whelan, and he's a newcomer, pretty much a newcomer, did a bit of racing last year, back again, always has the car really well turned out, Lar Whelan, that's the white car, number 18. Then 1, 2, 3, Sean Manning, great qualifying performance, brand new name to us in the class, and he might be on row 7, but he was way further up halfway through qualifying in wet conditions, and that's really tough times. Then Gary Bradley, and great to see Gary Bradley back out. He's one of the organisers of that youth academy from the Wexford Motor Club, and they really are into the Mullinoga. You know, they look after the kids down there, they run competitions for them. They've bought a couple of Tillotson carts, they have a Zetec, Fiesta, Mini, a few other cars. So they're actively bringing on younger members of the club, and I think other motor clubs around the country should look at that. It's very, very impressive stuff. Richie Byrne, 55, way back. We're not used to seeing Richie Byrne back there. He's a newcomer, but he's been up with the leaders on occasion this year, so watch out for him. Very distinctive maroon coloured car, number 55. And similarly, 88, Dara Brennan. Dara Brennan wouldn't have massive experience, but he has been right up the front on occasion, and he's not used to being that far back down the grid. Then 50, Mick Kyo with that down on power engine. Then Caleb Shanley. Then Keelan Noon and Keith Lennon, first time out. Keith Lennon, great story. He was sitting in the grandstand at their last race meeting here at Mondello Park, and he thought the Fiestas looked like so much fun. He went out and bought one the next day. So here he is on the grid. So literally a brand new driver. You can see the novice cross on the back of that car. If you've got a yellow square on the back of your car with a black X, that means you're a novice. You've done less than 6 races, and every time you finish a race you get a signature from the clerk of the course, and when you get 6 of those you can take off the novice cross, a bit like taking off your learner plates when you're learning to drive on the road. So big daunting experience for him with such a big grid. There he is there in the maroon coloured car. That's Keith Lenihan, and it's a daunting experience certainly for anybody on a day like today with so many cars out at such a big meeting here at Mondello Park. So Fishburne now leading them down through 7A and B, gets a second bite at the cherry. We have to say a big hello to Murphy's Irish Pub in Osaka, Michael O'Carroll Jr., who's running that. Apparently they're watching us. So we're worldwide here today. Murphy's Irish Pub in Osaka are streaming the ICCR live from Mondello Park. So big hello to all you out there in Murphy's Irish Pub. Haven't got there just yet, but I will someday. Great to have you guys tuned in as these Zetec Safety Fiesta Zetecs weave around, still trying to get some heat into these Yokohama tyres. Yokohama tyres supplied by Murray Motorsport, who also have a few of these cars. They don't have any out today, but they're busy prepping them for the 6-hour race. I heard they have 5 cars out, 5 teams of 4 out for the teams of 4 drivers out for the 6-hour race. So that should be interesting. Some have 3, some have 4. It's up to you. Some say 3 is optimal. A lot of tactics involved in that: fueling, pit stops, strategies. So you need a very good thinker on your side, and somebody that's good with facts and figures. Here they come back towards us again. So they're all moving around, getting into place. That's Gary Bradley getting ready. Keith Lenihan right at the back in the Keith Lenihan Motors cars. We give him a plug as well. The red lights are on. They're out and away they go. Very short stint of the red lights being on. And this time, is it Barber gets ahead? Oh, it is. He's well clear heading down to turn 1. This time, far better start from Barber than Fishburne. And there doesn't have to be any contact. And it looks like McGovern next. Then it's it's Johnson around the outside, but Dawson just holding on in there. I think it's Mark Menahan in there already too. Great start from him. Mick Kyo, all the rest going through. Lennon there too, trailing through turn 1. So heading through turn 2, completely flat out in these cars, and down to this double apex right-hander. A lot of these guys will tell you they can go through there flat out without touching the brakes, but apparently that gets the car out of shape enough that it costs you too much time, so a little lift is actually quicker as Dawson slices down the inside of McGovern. I do think Alan Dawson is a danger man here today, and Michael Barber probably thinks the same. Who's that? Is that Mick Kyo? I think it is. Very sideways there at the second apex of turn 3. Here comes Barber. Beautiful stuff right into the apex. Fishburne in second, Dawson in third, then it's McGovern, Johnson, Menahan coming through. Not sure if that was smoke or fluid, but something coming out there. That's Byrne, Richie Byrne going nicely. Another man we're expecting to climb up through the order. He's got plenty of pace. It's Menahan, Lara Whelan, Maguire, Bradley, Shamley in there, Mick Kyo, all the rest. Great stuff here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars making a little bit of a break. Then it's Menahan. Johnson there looking to get a run up to the back of McGovern's car. Newly liveried car. McGovern's car turned out very well this weekend. Morgan Dempsey and Jordan Dempsey looking after that car. And look at Johnson on the brakes. Goes right up to the back of that car. Great stuff from him down into 7A. Carries it through 7B. Then Menahan, Maguire, Lara Whelan, Mark O'Donoghue. All the rest coming through. Richie Byrne, Mick Kyo. Here comes Barber through Bahrain's bends. The right and then the left. Then down into Devaney's, the long left-hand corner. I was having a discussion with David Kennedy about these corners. That's Devaney's, the long left-hander there. That one, particularly difficult corner at Mondello Park. You need to get a late apex there, but if you leave the door open, you get a few heroes down the inside, of course, especially in tin-top racing. Well, look at this. McGovern suddenly shaking off his pursuer and having a go now at Dawson. Good stuff from him. A good run through paddock, and Dawson has to go defensive. And Fishburne, if anything, is a little bit closer to Michael Barber. Barber off the brakes and rolls in there very quick. They're getting another length before the apex. So Michael Barber pushing hard, then Fishburne. Then it's Dawson, who's under pressure now from McGovern, but he's got Johnson right with him. Gary Bradley there on a big squeeze down the inside. The Wexford Motor Club man, I think he's going to make that place up. Oh, just a Fiesta's gap and no more being left from him. That's good hard racing between two guys. He got the squeeze, but there was no contact, so he left exactly one Fiesta Zetec with, and that was it. Kyo going through there. Mark Johnson now again all over the back of McGovern here, number 21. Mark Johnson very quick. He's been going very nicely this year in that car. That's just allowing Barber to get away because Dawson is beginning to nibble at Fishburne. Oh, he's not nibbling, he's gone by. Was there help? I'm not sure, they're out of shot, but Fishburne suddenly went wide and almost left the door open to lose another place. In fact, he did. 2 places. It's like NASCAR stuff, you're stuck on the outside. There's a wing mirror hanging off Alan Dawson's car and a portion of his front bumper, so I think there may have been more than a little bit of contact. I'm not sure though, it was out of my view. Fishburne now going wide. It's all going wrong. Unfortunately, the relative relatively inexperienced guy just being bundled back, but he has got pace. He won't drop back from them. Gary Bradley going very strongly here, isn't he, in the blue car with the yellow stripe up it. Johnson with a switch back to the inside. We saw this working earlier on the STs. Not on this occasion though. Fishburne carries speed around the outside. And is that Lara Whelan? It is Lara Whelan, I think, who's gone wide there, and that's Bradley up another place, so very much on a charge. The Sheds Direct Ireland car of Alan Dawson now hard on the brakes. You can see these cars dip when they're on the brakes. They don't have racing suspension, but it goes in a bit too hard. And up the inside comes McGovern. Thank you very much, straight by. There's Dawson in trouble. He just didn't get it turned in for the next apex. I wonder, is the tracking knocked out a little bit on that car? It certainly had a good bang at the front left by the look of it. Fishburne very committed there, up onto two wheels almost as he goes through Bahrain's bend. Has a look down the inside into Devaney's. Again, Dawson gone wide. There is something up. Alan Dawson doesn't generally make mistakes. I suspect the front alignment has been knocked out on that car. He's a little bit of a mobile chicane at the moment. And Fishburne on the inside. And Johnson trying to get around the outside. Doesn't quite make it. Dawson goes wide again. This is great stuff. Dawson holds the inside line. He's late on the brakes. Fishburne trying to come across the back of him now and get up the inside. Oh, look at that. Johnson trying to do the same thing. A switchback for Johnson. Dawson straight to the right. Defence, defence, defence. Going to hold the pit wall. If they want to have a go, they can have a go down the outside. He's mega experienced, Alan Dawson. You will not get by him without a huge amount of effort, as these boys are finding out. Fishburne decides to stay there, but not go down the outside because he'll leave the door open. And Mark Johnson just sitting back to rethink this one. And then it's Meehan. Gary Bradley. Absolute charge from Gary Bradley. It must be the wing mirror. I gave him a wing mirror this morning. He was stuck for one. Maybe that's what's making him go so well. But he really is going nicely. He reckoned the car was a little bit down on power earlier in the year, but certainly no problems with it there today. So this is where the battle is. Alan Dawson in the Sheds Direct car, Ian Fishburne in the Fish Graphics car. Johnson there, look at this, all the curb a little bit more, just a little bit too committed there for Johnson. Got on the power early and the car drove itself right out to the outside. But these two guys at the moment do look quicker than Alan Dawson, but that doesn't make any difference. You need to get by him somehow. And Ian Fishburne, beautifully turned out car, that Fish Graphics machine. We've got Fish Graphics in this class, and Jay O'Reilly, of course, the Irish Touring Cars, both have graphics company. They've both done super work on some of the racing cars at Mondello, and it's great to see it. They just get turned out so well. Dawson's car with the wing mirror just flailing on the outside there. Heading down towards 7A and B again. That's dropped. Johnson dropped back a little bit for some reason in this one. Dawson against centre of the road. There's no gap down the inside there. Fishburne wondering what he's going to do. He's going to have to try and get Dawson to defend, and that might make the front of the car wash out on him again. I think that's the only way it's going to work, because there's not going to be a gap up the inside. I'm not losing that much space to McGovern. Look at Michael Barber, serene out front. Doesn't have to block, doesn't have to worry about anything. Then McGovern in second place, then Dawson. Dawson running second in the championship. He's the closest to Michael Barber in terms of points. That's why he's hanging on to this third place so tenaciously, trying to keep the championship hopes alive. And look at this battle behind them. There's Johnson, and there's about 4 or 5 cars just behind this, really having a go. There's McGovern right out over the curbs. Fishburne curbs and a little bit more. But look at this behind. It's Armageddon. They're having a real go. And it's Bradley who's dropped back a little bit behind the two Mark Meehan Speedworks Motorsport cars. That's somebody getting out of shape. Lara Whelan, the back end of the car just getting a bit loose. He held onto it nicely, but yeah, he changed direction up there. That's happened to Mark Johnson a lap or two ago. I wonder if he's a little bit slippery up there. But Lara Whelan again keeps moving up the grid. Hasn't got much experience, but he's progressing really nicely. Great to see drivers moving gradually towards the front of the grid. And look at this, that's Mark O'Donoghue in the green car and Gary Bradley on the outside. They're having a great battle. Another battle coming towards us. Mick Kyo on the outside in the orange car. Shamley in there too, and Richie Byrne having a real go. So battles all the way down the grid. Not so up front, because Michael Barber is making it look quite easy, like a Sunday drive at Mondello Park. And the second place still pretty similar for McGovern, although Alan Dawson has broken away a little bit from Fishburne, and Johnson dropping back for some reason there. Then it's Meehan next up, then O'Donoghue, these two teammates, then Gary Bradley. Don't think Bradley's just finished with those cars just yet. And then Lara Whelan, who's got a bit of work to do now after that big sideways moment at Southside Motor Factory's corner. You can see there's plenty of body roll on these cars. We can see exactly where they brake as the front of them dips. They've got a set of lowering springs. That's all they're allowed to use. Less than €100, a set of control lowering springs, and then standard shocks, the KYB shocks they use, but standard Ford spec. So they don't have any fancy race suspension. Makes them very, very inexpensive to build. This is a lovely shot of the cars going through that long right-hander. And Bradley looking for a run round the outside now of Mark O'Donoghue. He's got to run. He's carried more speed out there, but he's going to be on the outside when they get down to 7A and B. He's got the nose ahead. It's neck and neck now. It's the last of the late breakers. Bradley on the outside. O'Donoghue on the inside. So O'Donoghue going to hold him off. Oh, Bradley's brave. He sits right round the outside there. Can he do this? He can do it. What a move by Gary Bradley. I haven't seen that. I don't think I've seen that done before. I certainly haven't seen it done before in Zetec Fiestas. And that shows great mutual respect between two drivers, because it would be easy to come off the brakes there and make contact, but they didn't do that at all, and they both overcooked it coming into the next corner. Bahrain's Benz, and that's allowed Lara Whelan back up to them as well. Lara will be loving this. A big dive down the inside. Tries down the inside of Mark O'Donoghue, but doesn't make it on this occasion. Here's Michael Barber again in the Michael Barber Motors airside car. No problem for him at all. Peter Barber looking after the car today, well known to us as well, another former champion and many race wins here at Mondello Park. The Fish graphics car closing up perhaps on the Shed Direct car of Alan Dawson there to a certain extent. But yeah, no, Michael Barber's done it all right. He pushed really hard on the opening lap, and that's just allowed him to ease away. Nothing McGovern can do about it. Alan Dawson is doing really well, considering I suspect there is some problem with that car in terms of a handling issue or something like that. Mark Johnson dropping back into the clutches of Mark Meanahan, I think that is. That'll be a battle within a lap, I would imagine. Just have a look at the time. I haven't looked at the timing screen yet because of all the action, and there's Mick Kyo going wide. Richie Byrne gets by him. Great stuff, 55. So fastest lap at the moment is by Harry McGovern on the last lap, and he did a 213.6. Is 6, 7, 8 tenths quicker than Michael Barber. Maybe it's not all over just yet. McGovern on a bit of a charge in second place, but it's a big gap. He'll need to keep chipping away and doing those laps. Let's have a look at as Lara Whelan has a go there again. It's Shanley, Kyo, Richie Byrne, Sean Manning doing so well. Number 1, 2, 3. He's in that battle as well. We saw him just a couple of moments ago. There's Lara Whelan having another go now at Mark O'Donoghue. They were side by side on the grid, and they're side by side on the track now. Gary Bradley just ahead of them both in the blue car. Great battle. Oh, Lara Whelan's car moving around on him there. He chucks it in, doesn't he? You can see the back of the car getting a little bit loose. Stands on the power then to pull it through. Third gear in these cars. Down the hill. There is a slight kink left that you can't see. Just before 7A and B, there it is. And then hard on the brakes. Down into 7A. Sometimes they go through there in third gear and then down to second just before the right-hander here. Everybody pushing so hard there. The top four still separate but can't really get near each other. Johnson dropping back, and I do think he's being caught there by Meanahan behind. Haven't seen that car out for a long time, but it's great to see it back out. Bradley, this is going to be his best result of the season if he can hang on there. Easier said than done though, because big attacks going on behind O'Donoghue there and Lara Whelan. Lara Whelan just cocking an inside rear wheel, totally committed there as he fires the car into the left-hander. Dawson's car still sporting that damage. Johnson high and wide takes a full racing line. Gary Bradley ready to defend. He has to be here because O'Donoghue with a big dive up the inside, but doesn't make it stick on that occasion. Good hard racing between these guys, but very clean, it's got to be said. It's great to see it. And look at that. O'Donoghue made a lunge, didn't work, and that just restricted him a little bit in the way out of the corner, and Lara Whelan pounced, and he's side by side now. Probably doesn't know he's racing a former champion in this class. O'Donoghue goes in late. Whelan matches him on the inside. He should get the job done. He does. And in fact, O'Donoghue gets driven wide. Has he gone around? No, he's gone wide. He'll get it back on. He'd want to hurry up because here comes it's Richie Byrne, I think it is, coming through next. Indeed it is. And Sean Manning right with him in 11th place out of 21 cars. Great stuff from him. Somebody heading. That's is that O'Donoghue heading for the pits? It is, unfortunate. He gave us great entertainment in that car. We've got another race later on. I'm sure whatever the problem is, they'll sort it out. I wonder is it a puncture, because it just understeered suddenly wide on the right-hander there down at turn 1. Here comes Michael Barber. We'd almost forgotten about him out front, number 22. Peter Barber will be delighted with this. He's very much the team manager here, as well as doing a little bit of racing himself. Does all the work on this car and makes the decisions. And as Michael said, he just sits in and drives, so he doesn't do a bad job. Here's another great battle, 50 and 32 having a go now. That's Mick Kyo, still with his novice cross on. He's keen to get rid of that one, of course. And that's Caleb Shanley, and Mick Kyo has just got ahead of him on this lap. They were the other way around when they crossed the line last time round. Oh, yellow's being waved there. Something's happened. Somebody, oh, it's Richie Byrne off, so they're both up another place. Richie Byrne off, odd place to go off there on the halfway round Lola corner. The really fast right-hander. Bradley still pushing so hard, and now Lara Whelan trying to close him down. These are two of the more spectacular drivers on track. They really are driving the wheels off the Fiestas. Great to see it. And we've just come back around to see how far ahead Barber is. He should be due here shortly, but no, these two having a real go through Bahrain's bends again. Mirrors hanging a little bit loose, a few tire marks on the outside, but no big damage done. This is it now, final lap, final corner, and I think probably the Zetec Safety Championship for Michael Barber. He's heading down towards the start-finish line now. There's the checkered flag. Fergus Brennan waves the checkered flag. Michael Barber takes the win for Michael Barber Motors and Airside. And I suspect we'll do the sums later on. That is game, set and match. And he is the 2021 champion, but I will confirm that later on. Great drive by Mcgowan in second. Alan Dawson, what about that in third place? He certainly made the best of it. That looked like an evil handling car at one stage. Johnson hangs on. Look at this, last lap battle. Mick Kyo just fires it in just ahead of Shamley. And that's Manning in front of him, and Bradley got the better just about of Lara Whelan. What a wonderful race, great battles all the way down the grid, and these guys getting quicker and quicker. There were big gaps in this class at the start of the year with the novices, but they're getting closer and closer and closer to the really quick guys up front. So fantastic stuff from the Zetec Safety Fiesta Zetec Championship there at Mondello Park. There's Michael Barber. Cars will all be brought in now for technical checks. A lot of that done in this Fiesta Championship, and that's why the racing is so close. But a lot of guys will be happy enough with that. There's Alan Dawson's car, the Sheds Direct machine. Ian Fishburne, good result for him, but he'd probably be a little bit disappointed starting from pole position, but still it's a good run and on the pace of the leaders. So there you go. If you want to go tin top racing at Mondello Park, you could do worse than have a look at those Fiesta Zetecs. So, Future Classics back out now, the Irish Autoparts.ie Future Classics. They were out qualifying earlier, of course. Now they're out for their first race of the weekend at the Digital Motorsports ICCR. So, a vast array of different cars in this one, because they have a barrier time to stop too much money being spent on the cars. That restricts the cars from being too quick. But it doesn't give any regulation, so you're not restricted. You can run pretty much any car. I think it has to have been a 4-seat car. when it was new. Tommaso Rourke's going to start on pole position in a Honda. Honda Civic. Aiden Byrne alongside him. Aiden has done much of the winning this year. He set up this class initially, and he's former champion in the class in the Celica, and he knows exactly what to do, where to place the car, and he's very, very good at it. Richard Shattuck next up, and Paul Flanagan in the Little Clio. Daniel McDonnell in a Punto Abarth. Ger Byrne in a rear-wheel drive BMW 3 Series. Rob King in an MX-5. Mike Dermody in a beautiful red top Vauxhall Vectra or Opel Vectra. Raymond Melia, Conor McGowan, Paddy Howley, David Hammond, and Kevin Call, Kevin the chef, right at the back. I think he had a couple of spins in qualifying this morning. Then that's the Super Future Classics. Then there's the Future Classics class, and Donald Cullity starts that one on pole position in his beautiful. Should be just coming into view now. The Repsol Honda liveried Honda Civic Coupe. David Bradley will be alongside him in the Mini. Then Gilbert Clancy in the Celica. Stephen Healy alongside him. So good grid of Future Classics here. That's Cullity there in the superbly liveried Civic we spoke about, orange car. You see it coming into view. That's it there on the right hand side of your screen now, the Repsol colours. Just ahead of him, Kevin Cahill, normally at the front, the John Downey run Punto. You can see that car there, the black back and yellow front on that car. Another Wexford Motor Club man there, David Bradley on the front row for the normal class. Should be getting ready to go. Watch out for Tommaso Rourke, massively experienced here at Mondello Park. He gets the jump as well. His father won many, many races. In fact, 100 races at Mondello Park. Frank O'Rourke, dealer Opel Team Ireland driver. And it is Tommaso Rourke, the Wexford man, down into the first corner, right up over the curb, rallyman style. Aiden Byrne next up. Paul Flanagan gets into third place in the Little Clio. Cullity leading the second class. I think there indeed he is in that beautifully turned out Civic. So Future Classics, the Irish Auto Parts.ie Future Classics away on their first lap. And Tommaso Rourke now with a good lead, but Aiden Byrne trying to close him down. That Celica can be a little bit wallowy in the corners, but it's very quick in a straight line. And Aiden Byrne well able to drive it, as we said. Look at Byrne up over that inside line, and all over him is the Little Clio, very nimble motor car. Oh, Kevin Cahill again, cold rear tyres catching him out there in the Punto Abarth. Very easy thing to happen. And the back of the car just getting away. That's Richard Shattuck, that is in the Civic. He's had trouble with that car earlier in the year, but he's going nicely today and qualified very well. I spoke to him at lunchtime, very happy with it. Dropped back a place or two, but I think you'll see him make them up. Daniel McDonnell, I think that is just in front of him in the Punto. Look at Tommaso Rourke in the Slaney View Motors car. He went to college with me actually in Bolton Street many years ago, worked as a salesman in his dad's Ferrybank Motors Opel dealership. Frank would have raced Opels with Bob Montgomery and a few others in dealer Opel Team Ireland side by side. Oh, Flanagan way out of shape. Can he hold on to it? He can't. He did for a long time. The back end of those Clios are always a bit nervous. Flanagan held on to it for a long, long time, just went in so late in the brakes. And Aiden Byrne matched him, but the back end of the Clio just decided it didn't want to stay behind the front end, and around it went. He's done it well though, he kept it out of the gravel and he's recovered. He'll be on a big charge now. Somebody else challenging Aiden Byrne, and I think that's Conor Mcgowan from the back of the grid. Now, he was very, very quick at the last race meeting, and that Civic Coupe, dark coloured Civic Coupe, so let's keep an eye on him. There's Ger Byrne in the mix and Rob King, a rear wheel drive battle between those. Yeah, it is. From the back of the grid, Aiden Byrne under pressure now for second place. On the brakes into Southside corner, and a bit's hanging off the front of that Celica. I'm not sure why or what happened out there. But watch Mcgowan in a straight line, just pulls out. See you later. Straight by, it's very quick in a straight line. Aiden Byrne, can Aiden Byrne come back at him on the brakes? I don't think so. He's having a go, but no. McGowan down the outside, round the outside. Let's see if he can catch Tommaso Rourke. Then it's Daniel McDonnell, former Zetec and rallycross driver, well known to us, local man here from Clane. He's going nicely in the Punto Abarth. David Bradley in the mix there, big battles. Tommaso Rourke all out on his own. He's driven the track, well, he wouldn't have driven the international track too many times, but he's certainly driven the national track many, many times. Started racing in about 1988 in a 1.3 at Corsa, and then moved up to a 16-valve GSI Cadet, where he had loads of successes. I think he won the Dunlop Championship, certainly won the class, if not overall, on a number of occasions. In They come round the long left-hander. Mcgowan having a real go, and he is catching Tomás O'Rourke, and this could be interesting. Spoke to Tomás yesterday, and he said the car is rally spec. It's a little bit too heavy. He said it's quite quick, but it's a little bit too heavy, and the ride height is far too high. And he was going to try and lower it just a little bit. I'm not sure if he did. It still looks quite high, but he could be in trouble here if Conor Mcgowan gets up to him, which I think he probably will. There's Richie Byrne, and that's Jack Byrne's father. Jack on pole position for the Bahrain Trophy race later on. Abbey Lawn, of course, well known to us here at Mondello Park. Wood products, and they did all the seating and all the benches here at Mondello Park recently. If you're listening to me from Mondello Park and having your lunch, you're probably sitting on one of their products at the moment. There's Rob King from Digital Motorsports in the little MX-5 having fun. Well, it's all Hondas up front. Mcgowan has caught O'Rourke, and the battle-scarred Celica next up. Then Daniel O'Donnell up to fourth. Down the inside. Mcgowan. O'Rourke's going to sit around the outside. Never ever has Tomás O'Rourke shied away from a fight. I don't think it'll happen today, but I don't think he mightn't have the pace. Nothing he can do. Mcgowan just gets by him on the run there, and O'Rourke round to the outside to try and get a full run through the final corner. As late as he can on the brakes, Conor Mcgowan. Beautiful stuff, right to the front, right out to the outside. O'Rourke gets a better exit though. Was he as quick and as straight? I think he might be. This is good stuff. Tomás O'Rourke's going to go back at him, isn't he? They're side by side now under the BMW bridge at Mondello Park and down towards turn one. It's going to be last on the late breakers. O'Rourke down the inside, up over the inside curb. They stay apart, but only just. And I think it's game on at the front of this one. Oh, Mcgowan's got away a little bit there through turn two. Civic Coupe, an unusual car to see racing, but certainly no shortage of pace in this one. Down to turn three. O'Rourke giving chase. Byrne not able to stay with them at this stage. Then it's Daniel Mcdonnell in the Punto, followed by Richard Shattuck, who had qualified ahead of him in the little yellow Civic. A little bit of smoke there from the Civic Coupe as it goes right out over the curve. A more conventional line by Tomás O'Rourke brings him closer though. He dropped back quite a lot, but he's within a couple of car lengths again. Oh, the Civic just blasting by the Punto Abarth car as they go back up the hill. Good stuff from Shattuck, just got the door closed in time, and nothing Daniel Mcdonnell could do, but he's not giving up just yet. It's the beauty of this class, some very different cars having a real go. Oh, such a shame. The AFEC car of Germany there. Beautifully prepared car, great sound from that car. He was testing it on Friday, but a problem with that car, unfortunately, the Arcade Racing Machine. It's not often they have trouble with cars, but he's heading back towards the paddock. So 47 Shattuck still hanging on, and in fact getting away from Daniel Mcdonnell. And he's got his eyes on Aiden Byrne, who's next on his shopping list. So Mcgowan was on the fifth row of the grid. He was 10th on the grid. Conor Mcgowan. He's now leading this one on O'Rourke a second. Then Aiden Byrne, Shattuck. Daniel Mcdonnell under pressure because Rob King on a charge in the Digital Motorsports MX-5. That car's had a class win here already this year, and he's got by. No, he hasn't just yet, but he's had a big look down the inside. Shattuck now having a look at Aiden Byrne. There's the MX-5 we spoke about. MX-5 is very common in digital motorsport and sim racing, and that's why these guys got one. You can actually do Mondello Park, drive Mondello Park in a sim, and then go out and drive the same car on the track in real life. So it's great for driver training. digitalmotorsports.com if you want to find out more. Aiden Byrne over the inside curve, but Shattuck having a real go, and Rob King still going trying to get by that Punto Abarth. Don't see any penalties just yet, so they're all going nicely and within the parameters of where they should be. Mcgowan's car looking a little bit smoky, isn't it? He goes very wide there, but certainly he's driving it well. He's pushing on quite well. Nothing O'Rourke can do at this stage about him. Poleman relegated to second place. Aiden Byrne still trying to hold back Richard Shattuck there. Aiden Byrne looking good in the championship this year. He's a former champion in this class, but he's won quite a lot of races this year again. He's very experienced, Aiden Byrne. Comes from a great motor racing family. They grew up in and around the Phoenix Park there, and they raced Ritmos, Unos, Puntos. Aiden has raced single seaters as well, Formula Chains, pretty much every class here, and he loves this future classic class. But he's about to lose a place. Is he a big lunge from Shattuck there up the inside? little bit of contact, but just side by side, backs out of it. That's good hard racing, and again, no gouging there, no quarter panel stuff. It was a good lunge, and Byrne left him racing room. He didn't get by on that occasion, but I don't think that's the end of it. Look at this. Daniel Mcdonnell and Rob King want a piece of the action, and they're closing in. We're going to get a 4-car battle, and we have now, as they come back towards Paddock Corner, up over the inside curb. Rob King gets a good run. The little Mazda getting a run at the Punto. Aiden Byrne going to the inside to defend here. Byrne is having a look to, Mcdonnell so late on the brakes in the Punto. 1800cc twin cam Punto Abarth. Little MX5 gets a good drive off the corner, but doesn't quite have it in a straight line when they get into third gear there. The Punto getting away. I think Shattuck's got by, has he? Can he get the door closed? He can, but he's gone wide. Big invitation for Aiden Byrne to stuff it down the inside, so that's exactly what Aiden does. A little bit of side on. Oh no, he's just caught the back of him, and around he went. I think that was completely unintentional by the look of it. No real damage, and he gets going again. But Aiden, a big lunge. They just tangled on the exit of the corner, and Aiden Byrne still holds the place. Mcdonnell next in the queue to have a go at him. Then it'll be Rob King gets it sideways. He hangs the tail out at turn 3. That looks enjoyable. Then Byrne in the Abbey Lawn BMW trying to join the pack now as they come back towards the main arena here at Mondello. Rob King down the inside, what a move. And again, Daniel O'Donnell gives him racing room. It's what we like to see at Mondello Park. That was good stuff from Rob King. The Mazda is, I think, quicker through the twiddly bits, but I think the Punto might come back at him on the straights. Rob King up over the curve, though, trying to get as much of a gap as he can before they come onto the main straight. Aiden Byrne will be watching this one and enjoying it in his mirrors. Rob King closing them down, but watch Daniel McDonnell. A good clean exit here, and I think the Punto can maybe pull back in the MX5. He's thinking the same. He gets right in behind them and closes them down. He'll pull out here because they go under the bridge. He does. Flicks to the outside. He is quicker. He is alongside. Can he close the door? Big squeeze. He can. Great stuff. And all Rob King's good work in the trackdays.ie and digital motorsport car is undone. And he's got to think about it and go again. But this is great stuff in future classics. Conor Mcgowan still leading this one. He is well ahead now of Tomás O'Rourke. Amelia, I think that is just behind. It is just behind Byrne. Donald Cullity leading the Future Classics class from Gilbert Clancy and David Bradley. Here's this battle now, and look at Rob King trying round the outside. Unusual you do that on a road tire, but nobody told Rob. He's gone right round the outside. He's done enough. If they were at the same power, he would have, but the Punto's slightly quicker in third gear. Rob's going to have to be brave on the brakes. Rob is brave on the brakes and goes down the inside. Fantastic stuff. They've both gone a little bit wide, and Mcdonnell switches back to the inside. Now we know he's got the straight line power. Rob's got to get back to the right hand side to shut the door. It might be too late. It is too late. Here comes Mcdonnell again. What a battle. Out of our view momentarily. They're down at 7A and B. There's Bradley in the Mini. That's one of the normal the slightly slower classes, Super Classics. The Future Classics class. Stephen Healy in the little Punto. That was a very popular class here many, many years ago. That's the next. Alistair Kellett Punto would have had many, many wins back in the day. And look at these two still going at it. Battle of the race. 43. Oh, he locks up. Mcdonnell locks up and goes wide. Thank you very much, says Rob King. I will just slice down the inside and I'll have that place from you. And that indeed is what he does. Oh, he's got away too, hasn't he? That caught Mcdonnell off, and he's gone out wide again, costing him a little bit more time. And in fact, Richard Shattuck now closing them both down. Remember, Richard Shattuck has unfinished business perhaps with Aiden Byrne, so he's in a little bit of a hurry. There's our leader. That's Conor Mcgowan out front in the Civic Coupe. And what a lead. Tomás O'Rourke only down at turn 1 now. Then it's Aiden Byrne Oh, down the inside of Shattuck, trying to get by Mcdonnell. A last minute lunge. They stay apart, and the Civic, I think, has gone by. Not sure though. Mcdonnell goes back into a turn 2, and again they stay apart. This is good hard racing, I've got to say. We've got some penalties showing up. Tomas O'Rourke has got a penalty, and Conor Mcgowan. In fact, it's Aiden Byrne who's leading now from Daniel Mcdonnell, and Tomas O'Rourke in third. Mcgowan has broken the barrier time 4 times, and Rob King has now broken it in the little MX-5. So Ross going to drop Rob right back. So it's Aiden Byrne who's leading. It's Daniel Mcdonnell in second place. It's Tomas O'Rourke still in third. Rob King still in fourth despite the penalty. Then Shattuck, Ger Byrne, Raymond Melia, and Paul Flanagan. That's the order. Then McElmel, so he's dropped way back, 40 seconds. Every time you break it, you get a 10-second penalty. Rob King's having far too much fun to worry about that by the look of it in the little MX-5 now, as he still tries to have a go at the Punta O'Barth. And we've got just 1 minute to go, so there'll probably be another lap after this one, depending on where the leader is. This is a great battle between the Punto and the little MX-5. They've swapped places on a number of occasions. The Punto with the straight line speed advantage, but the MX-5 certainly lighter, I'd imagine, and more nimble. And Rob King making the best of it. Oh dear, Shattuck has caught up with Aiden Byrne again. Remember me? As Shattuck on a great recovery drive in the Civic. His mate Barry Hallian will be watching this one at home, no doubt. Barry, you raced here for many years as well. Oh, Rob King, side by side as he has yet another go at the Punta O'Barth. They really are performing well, these classes, in front of the TV cameras today at Mondello Park, showing you what the ICCR action is like. Checkered flag should be prepared, and Fergus Brennan has been notified. Doesn't give it to that man because he's not leading, despite the fact that he's first across the line, or is he? Tomas O'Rourke is showing us first across the line. They're not, sorry, they still have 6 seconds to go, and that's why he hasn't been given the flag. My mistake, letting them go for another lap, but it's showing now as Aiden Byrne leading from Mcdonnell and Tomas O'Rourke. Flanagan also showing up, so a lot of penalties in this one. You only have to beat that time by a fraction of a second and you get a 10-second penalty, so it's quite difficult. They're not used to the international track either, so they probably have to readjust that time from time to time. We don't see it on screen, but that Repsol car of Donald Cullity is leading the normal Future Classics class. Finstown Castle Boss Ireland class already in the pit lane, raring to go, and I've got Donald Griffin with me. We'll be having a great chat later on. He's been doing some great commentaries with the class this year so far, so I've forced him to come into the commentary box with me for a bit of crack for this next race. I'm looking forward to that. Look at this, Shattuck having a go on Aiden Byrne. They had contact earlier on in the race. Shattuck was off, he's got back on, and he's caught Aiden Byrne. He really would like to get by, but Aiden Byrne knows every inch of Mondello Park. He just doesn't give away places too handily, as we've seen. There's McElmel, he's done beautifully, come all the way from the back, but he has clipped that barrier time on a few occasions, and that's just dropped him right back. Tomas O'Rourke only broke it once. McElmel 4 times. Well, Shattuck has broken it now 3 times in his efforts to catch Aiden Byrne. So this is the leader on the road, but he's not going to take the win. Here's Tomas O'Rourke, very well known name to us at Mondello Park for many years. Aiden Byrne, uber defensive, he's doing a great job just holding the middle of the road there, and Shattuck can't get by him. Then Daniel Mcdonnell and Rob King. Daniel Mcdonnell hasn't broken the barrier time. He's done well in this Punto, despite all the battles he's been involved in. The rest of them have just broken it once. It's given them a 10-second penalty. Shattuck on a last lap effort. Gets alongside Aiden Byrne on the outside of Paddock Corner. It's a brave thing to do. He can't carry it off, surely. McElmell's going to take the checkered flag, but he won't take the win. The win is going to go to Aiden Byrne, I think, in the Celica. Tomas O'Rourke is going to be next up, and he's had one 10-second barrier time. And as you can see, Aiden Byrne has kept him in sight, but Shattuck going to have a go on the run down to the line. It's side by side, and the Civic just puts the nose ahead. The penalty will drop him back, but he gets the moral victory there. He has bragging rights in the bar perhaps later on. So great entertainment, great drive there by Shattuck, but drops him back. So the official order, there's Mcdonnell the entertainer, there's Paul Flanagan. The official order after the penalties have been applied, because they're automatically applied on the timing screen here. Aiden Byrne takes the win. Tomas O'Rourke, second place, great stuff from him. Daniel Mcdonnell, he'll need a glass of water after that. All that battling is next up. From Rob King, Ger Byrne, Paul Flanagan, Raymond Melia, Conor Mcgowan finds himself back in 8th place, Richard Shattuck in 9th, David Hammond in the Little Uno is 10th, and Cullity is just going to come down now. There's Hammond in the Little Uno, the next car to cross the line. We haven't seen him, but he's going to win the Future Classics class. Beautiful Honda, there it is, just going across the line now. So great entertainment from the Irish Auto Parts Future Classics, although Kevin Cahill might not agree. the John Downey run car, unfortunately, and Kevin has been up the front all year, but today just wasn't his day. But great entertainment. We'll be back in a few minutes' time with the Formula Boss Ireland. Well, we can hear engines roaring in the pit lane, so it must be the Finstown House Formula Boss Ireland. I'm delighted to say that I've forced Donald Griffin to come and help me today. Donald has been doing great live Facebook videos for this class all year long, and I've always really enjoyed them because it's almost like having a chat with a lad in a pub who knows quite a lot about the cars. So Donald wasn't sure whether to do the stream that he was normally going to do, and I said, why don't we combine both and bring Donald up to the commentary box, and thankfully he's agreed. So Donald, you're very, very welcome here to the ICCR coverage.
Thanks for the offer, and it's a different view to what I normally get because I'm normally down the pit wall with the camera sticking out over the wall, and it's great to see all the cars out here from this angle. So we're looking forward to a good race with Aaron Cochran on the pole position.
Yeah, it's going to be really good, isn't it? Mick Roach alongside him. I suppose you can hardly hear each other here. I suppose the big story here is that some of the big boys are at the back and it's dried out, so they're going to come charging up here. So I'm looking specifically at Sylvie Mullins on row 2, but Paul O'Connell's still trying to get a handle on this GP2 car, Donald.
Yeah, well, I think Paul might have a handle on it because I don't think it bothers him. I don't think it bothers him too much, the power, but the handling of that car, particularly traction at the back end, he seems to have a kind of a loose back end, and hopefully now he's put different tires on the back of it so he get that traction, and the fact that it's dry, I'd say you'll see action from Paul.
Well, we always see action from Paul, don't we? I think he's a great addition to Irish motorsport, to circuit racing certainly, because he's brought some fantastic cars to Mondello Park. To have an actual GP2 car here racing at Mondello Park is something we never thought we'd see, and I quite often get a cup of coffee on a test day and just disappear out the back down to Duckham's and places like that. I know you'd know them as Duckham's, but I was watching Paul in the car and it looks like an awful handful. Oh, Jonathan Files has spun it and he's grounded it on the warm-up lap. He's beached it. Look at the back wheel spinning. Maybe the marshals can help him out, our friends in the Orange Army, but they'd want to get that done pretty quick. There's just one, he never has any luck. Loads of speed, but he never has any luck, poor Jonathan Files. But I was just saying there that Paul's car really looks like a handful, and he's certainly not afraid of it.
No, certainly not. Well, I mean, the past hill climber with 3 Irish hill climb championships behind him, so not afraid of it, even though his racing experience is relatively small. I introduced him to this, and he bought this Delare 302 and won the championship on his first shot at it, so I of course take some credit for that. But it's a pity. Oh, Johnson's on the way again.
Yeah,
that's great.
I did say the Orange Army would get there. They got there. They gave him a good old shove. Thanks very much. I'd love to know what delta that was. I must learn my deltas. But the marshals down at turn 1 were there like a shot. They gave him a shove. It wouldn't be Jonathan if he didn't have to come from the back and give us all the entertainment as he always does, you know.
No, fair play to Jonathan, and he did it up in Kirkton as well. He started from the back and started from the pit road actually, and ended up in second spot in the Leinster Trophy race. So Jonathan's well used to starting from the back and going through people. Yeah,
he's a real charger. He's certainly on a different level. Jonathan is incredible. He's loads of talent that comes with the name, but he's got some levels of bravery as well. And I saw Jonathan originally in karts. I used to bring him to his kart race meetings many years ago, and coming up through, he had a great career in tin tops, and he's now set up his own businesses. He's married with kids, and he's come back with this load. He really has put his heart and soul into it, and he's been challenged on a number of occasions. But when he gets the car going, we saw that the last Mondello, we saw it in Kirkestown. He's as quick as anybody out there, but it'll be interesting to keep an eye on him. That's Jonathan Files running the Martini livery in honour of his dad, the late Ken Files, who ran that course on his Formula Atlantic chassis Ralt car. But Sylvie Mullins is the one we all love. In the grandstand, watch out for the Red Bull car on row 2. That's got a Formula 1 Judd engine in it. I jest you not. A genuine Formula 1 engine. It'll be the loudest car out there. It'll probably be the quickest car in a straight line. Also the green car on the left, Eamon Matheson makes cartoon starts, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, he has probably over 700 horsepower available to him. If he tweaks it up, he can adjust it in the cockpit. But Aaron Cochran, watch him, because Aaron is driving a Paul O'Connell car, and of course he has to watch it because it's not his.
Jonathan Files gets there just in time. The officials time it to perfection. The 5-second board is up. The lights are out and away we go, and Files makes a great start from the back. Matheson again. Somebody stalled there, I think. It looks like Roach leading it. Indeed it is. Then Aaron Cochran. Somebody down the outside. Is that Courtney down the outside? Courtney's not. Who's the white F3 car? Robinson, indeed. That's who it is. Yes. And he's having a go now as they head out the country, and that's Sylvie Mullins still back in 4th place. So it is Mick Roach as they head down towards turn 3.
Yeah, Mick is the quickest man this morning actually. Well, at some point, but I think he's in pole for the second race, and Mick will put it up to him.
Here's Paul O'Connell down the outside. Look at this, Sylvie Mullins, the two big cars side by side, and O'Connell around the outside. Mullins goes back at him. Let's hope he doesn't clip his Williams Formula 1 front wing. He's just got a new wing from a 05 Williams, but it hasn't got enough downforce to hold back Paul O'Connell, who also blasts by Noel Robinson. O'Connell on a big charge here in the GP2 car.
Yeah, it's tied up at the front. Mick Roach obviously has a bit of a lead now, but because the other lads are fighting with each other, but Paul O'Connell's coming through.
Yeah, out of my way or I'll take the car back off you. No, there wasn't any of that. That was just pure straight line power there from Paul O'Connell, but he's so committed. Files making his way up pretty quickly as well. He's only 2 places behind Sylvie Mullins. Then Green, and that is the ex-Aaron Cochran car. So here's Paul O'Connell, and Mick Roach knows what he's got to do. He's on the, if it was a saloon, he'd be on the door handles. He's having a real go here, Donald.
He would indeed. Some of the lads obviously aren't too familiar now with the track because of the fact that it's dry, and they're out in the dry tyres for the first time, the slicks. So I expect Paul O'Connell to catch up with Mick fairly soon, and Aaron Cochran having a bit of a problem with Noel Robinson there. Noel Robinson fighting hard. That F3, the red F3, is a much quicker car, as you can see, going down the straight.
And Sylvie Mullins just blasts by Noel there in a straight line and pulls across his bows to take that place. And now he's next behind Aaron Cochran. The F3 car is probably a little bit more nimble than that Gold, are they, around the twiddly bits?
Oh, you can be sure of it, yeah. The Gould was originally a hill climb car, so that was converted now to racing, and he's gone by Aaron Cochran, the Gould now, and expect Sylvie to make a go of it now once he gets the clear track, and after Paul O'Connell and Mick Roach.
Yeah, if you've got a Formula 1 engine in the back, you really only have to wait till the next straight and open the taps, don't you? There's nothing the F3 boys can do about it.
You do indeed, and just to correct you, the F1 front wing has been taken off, and he has the old wing back on. Maybe he thought he was going to be in a bit of a schmozzle at the first corner.
Trying to save it. He proudly, there's a new leader, Paul O'Connell. Oh, Mick Roach really having a go through below the corner there, getting the car out of shape. But yeah, Sylvie was proudly telling me yesterday it was an 05 for Williams front wing. He was trying out on the car, but he's gone back to the original one. It's great to see him developing the car. I've noticed the wheels have got bigger on the car, different wings. He's always trying something, but he hasn't got the pace of Paul O'Connell. In fact, nobody has so far. Jonathan Files' progress is, I would have expected to be a little bit quicker up through the grid. They're slowing down. They are. We have red flags. No, I think it was a safety car. We've certainly got waved yellows, and they're slowing right down. And we have just dispatched the safety car from the pit lane, Donald. So that'll box them all back up again.
Okay, not like a bit of excitement. Unfortunately, it's not nice to see anybody off the track, and it's up in
Southside Motor Factories. Yeah,
I keep calling it Dunlop.
Of course you do. Yeah, you're like me. You remember all the old Boac for turn 2.
Yes, Boac. Yeah. I know it well. Yeah, I know it well.
Yeah, great stuff. So one of the cars being towed. Look at that. Good look there at that car of Paul O'Connell. Digital Motorsport backing. It's in the Sasol Jordan livery, being wrapped by Jay O'Reilly and the lads. And they've done a great job with that car.
Yeah, that's great. Paul puts his money where his mouth is. He's a great competitor. Great to see him out. And that's Michael Connolly. Is that Michael Connolly's or Aaron? No, it's Tom Cochran's car, isn't it? That's off the track.
Files in the pit lane, out of our shot. Files in the pit lane. I knew there was a bit of an issue with that car. There's the Cochran machine. So that is indeed Tom Cochran, number 18, and he's just been towed to safety by the Mazda Snatch vehicle. 2 cars in the pit lane out of our shot. One is Matheson, one is Files. So 2 of the entertainers missing from this one already. So got Tom Cochran just getting over the Armco barrier there. He'll have a grandstand seat for the rest of this race. Not where he'd like to be, but still.
He will indeed, yeah. Similar place to where Peter Dwyer ended up at the last Mondello meeting. But he's obviously got in over the barriers, so that's great to see. Well, it's not great to see him off the track because another great competitor comes out every time, himself and his son Aaron. And Aaron has a new car coming. They'll have it here at the next Mondello race meeting. So looking forward to the green flag appearing out again and cars getting under race again.
That was a great shot at Jonathan Files there. We saw the people helping him out. A massive experience. Stephen Kelly used to work on Ken Files' car years ago. Dan Daly helping him out. Bob Copeland, another there they are again. That's Bob Copeland on the right up at the steering. But look at the back wing. Stephen Kelly in the middle and Dan Daly on the far side. So no shortage of experience in that pit garage, Donald.
Certainly not, but that's what you need. You know, when you run these big cars, they're. I tried to run one on my own, and it's quite difficult. But you know, when you have a crew behind you, of course that's a fresh car after coming out, an ex-Peter Dwyer car, which he put a new engine in, and out of view you can see that Eamon Madison, we can see actually that Eamon Madison is taking up the grid again, so he's probably lost just one lap.
Yeah, if anyone can make it up, Eamon can, but I think they'll probably be released by that BMW Ireland safety car this time round. If you haven't seen that works before, the flashing lights on the BMW indicate to the drivers behind that you're under safety car. He's in constant radio contact with the tower, and the lights are off, which means he's peeling off now. That's William Kellett, I think, in driving that car this weekend. He works in Mondello Park School here along with a number of other young racing drivers, and they can get up to speed now, and they can race once they cross the line. Sylvie's going to want to dispatch Mick Roach here very quick, surely, isn't he, Donald?
Yeah, and he should do. Coming down the straight there, you'd expect the Gould to go flying past with the Judd engine, the Formula 1 Judd engine, and you can see him just making the pass there going into turn 1.
Right in front of the grandstand, but Mick Roach goes back at him on the brakes, down the inside again, and Sylvie be going, no, Paul's going lovely up front, looking in his mirrors, that'll do me, and he's away down the road.
Yeah, I expect Paul now to pull away if Sylvie is locked in the battle with Mick Roach, which I think he surely is by the looks of it, and they're the best of friends, so I doubt if they take each other off.
Well, it's rare anyway. They generally stay apart in this class, thankfully for you. There's Robertson next up, and the rest of them, and Sylvie again with another good run coming towards us. What about young Roland Doherty? He had a cracking run in the wet this morning. That car's underpowered, isn't it? But he was inside the top 10 at one stage. He
was, and he's getting a handle on that car, and he was up with Stone Motorsport, and they got 13 horsepower out of it. And it's much better coming out of the corners, he told me. So, and he's on new rubber. He's on new rubber now for this race.
He's on new race. He's going very well. Comes from good stock too, of course. James and Miriam down in Adair. So we knew them well from my karting days many years ago. As Sylvie Mullins gets by, and I see the car moving around at the back when he puts any little bit of power on down. There's got to be a handful, some of these big cars.
Well, when you have 640 horsepower under your right foot, you can expect to have a bit of a problem. Except that in the position of the Gould is particularly good on traction because it is designed as a hill climb car.
No, Robinson with a good move there, but went a bit wide, and in fact Mick Roach does he take it back? He does. Great F3 battle. Look, no, Robinson goes back at him again. Oh, the front wing has been clipped. Proper F1 stuff. That's him probably out of the. I can't even stop the car. Will he get it turned in? Just about. But that's the end of the action for him, really, isn't it, Donald?
Yeah, he's out of it now. Like the wing is stuck underneath the car, so expect him to pull in, I think.
Big F3 battle there, just where he came out of. Look at this, all the F3 cars. That's Fergus Fardy in there too. It's Aaron Cochran. And is that Greenan in there? It is. Aaron Cochran with his own car in the mirrors, the one he just sold.
Yeah, Tony Green's getting a handle on driving a single-seater because he was driving a Radical SR8 up to now with great success, and he's only a newcomer really to racing this year, so it's great to see him out and getting used to that car.
Yeah, I saw him at the first race, was going, who's this guy? Don't know him, and he's very quick. So it's great, yeah, it's all good new additions. A lot of new drivers in every class this year, which is great to see. But there's Tony Greenan, and he's a Kirkistown specialist, but he enjoys his visits to Mondello. He's going very well. Aaron Cochran having a look down the inside, can't quite make it on that occasion, but that's a great F3 battle, Donald.
It is, but of course Aaron driving the car that's not his would be a little bit extra careful, I think, with that car.
Well, you could tell that to Fergus Fardy because he's just got by him on the exit of Lola, and Greenan goes with him, but Fardy fights back. The big flash of flame there as Greenan fires it down the inside. Next, he says, look at this, Greenan's getting the hang of it pretty quick, Donald.
He is indeed. Now Greenan's car is the ex-Keane Carey car, Aaron Cochran car, so that car is actually, it's quite a modern F3, so it should have the handling and ability to get by those cars, even though he's down on power compared to the Aaron Cochran currently driving car.
Paul O'Connell car, yeah, that's Roland Doherty's not too far from them actually. That's a good weekend for Roland Doherty because that car struggled for pace when he brought it out initially. He's going nicely. Yeah,
Roland is hanging in there with an F399, which is a relatively old car compared to the rest of them, but he's driving well in fairness.
Fastest lap 136 to Paul O'Connell, 136 dead.
Yeah, I'd expect Paul to get him down maybe 133 or 4 there with that car. Quite possible to do it.
I think there may have been a bit of oil put down there earlier, and that'll probably be put paid to any chance of any of the classes getting near a lap record. The track doesn't fully recover once we've had a little bit, does it?
No, I've a lot of experience at that myself, but in fairness now the track is in very good condition generally.
This is a great battle. 3 F3 cars having a go, absolutely nose to tail. And Aaron Cochran under big pressure now. Greenan gets the run, surely. As you said, he doesn't have it in a straight line. He loses the length on the way up the hill there.
He does, and that, it's a 08 F3 against 2017-19 Aero car that Tony Greenan is driving. So it would have the second car there would have the Aero, not the power of the other car. The F3, the orange F3 would have about 240, 250 brake, I'd say.
I suppose Aero's no good when you're stuck right up under somebody's back wing, is it? He's got to think of something good here, but he is getting used to the car very quickly. Actually, Aaron Cochran as well, as you said, it's a new name to us. It's out front, Paul O'Connell extending that lead, nobody touching him there, and similarly Sylvie Mullins in second place. We're staying with this battle because that's where the action is in the Finstown House Formula Boss Ireland race here. First of 2 races today.
Exactly, and Aaron is staying cool. He's commonly known as Lando actually because he was driving that other car with the McLaren colours, and you saw Lando maybe yesterday in the F1 race.
Greenan's gone, he just slowed there. Look at the top of the screen on the left. Greenan's slowing. The problem with that car, here he comes, really slowly down. Not sure what happened. Unusual, they give trouble, these F3 cars. There's Shane Rabbit right round the outside in the Formula Renault. Rabbit's still going nicely. That car won't compete with the Formula 3 cars, but it's quicker than anything else. He's not coming in the back gate anyway. Where he is.
It's hard to know now what would happen to that car, but they're generally speaking extremely reliable.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't head for the back gate because it's going slower and slower. White flag being waved, that's a slow vehicle on track. Warning to any other vehicles behind. Fergus Faherty now next in the queue, and Roland Doherty I think is closing in on them. Let's have a look at the lap times. Roland Doherty faster than both cars in front. 41.1 is his fastest. Tony Greenan's fastest is 42.6. And a 42.6 for Fergus Faherty. So Roland Doherty faster than the cars in front and closing them down.
Yeah, I'd say Tony will be coming into the pits. I've no doubt he's gone too slow to make a race at this stage. But obviously the car's still running.
Long lap at that speed, isn't it? Here's Faherty, and look at in the background. Is that Roland Doherty coming towards him? It is, I think.
That's Roland, yeah. And the two boys here, Aaron and Fergus, are holding each other up really and allowing Roland to make up ground on him.
That was Sylvie Mullins we just saw there in the F1 engine machine, blasting by the grandstand and on the brakes down into the first corner. Then it's Matheson who's down a lap. Nick Roach alongside him. Matheson being lapped, but puts on the loud pedal, drives up alongside it. Next up, look at this battle. It's Cochran and Fergus Faherty on the outside, and they're going to be joined, I think, inside this lap by the flying Roland Doherty there. He's down your neck of the woods, is he, Donald?
Yeah, Roland is from Adair, County Limerick, yes. And as you mentioned earlier, his father, racing family, and his father was an Irish rally champion.
I remember them, JJ Doherty's and of course James, yeah. I also had a cup of tea with Michael O'Carroll at lunchtime, and he told me that Roland's grandfather competed in a car that he built himself.
Oh yeah, I think of the name of it, something special. I'll think of it in a minute, but his father before him, not that father, his grandfather, Roland's grandfather, was a racing motorcyclist.
Very good. Would have been held up now by both of them a little bit by Eamon Matheson inadvertently. Eamon getting out of the way now on the way down to 7A and B. There's Sylvie Mullins, and there's still going very slow, now heading for the pit lane, and that was the leader flying by. We're not seeing much of him. That was Paul O'Connell. Let's watch Paul O'Connell maybe for a lap. This is great to watch. How cool is it to have a GP2 car at Mondello Park, Donald?
It is totally mad, and I would come here just to listen to that car, not even to watch it, to listen to it in person.
Yeah, you can hear it a little bit on the coverage, but you can't get the sensation of what we're getting. Also, Donald telling me on new tyres that the car was clocked going under the bridge at Mondello just before the braking point at just over 150 miles per hour, which is an incredible speed. And Paul, no problem to him there at all. He's leading now by 14.1 seconds. After the Leinster Trophy disappointment, this will be a nice victory for him if he can get it home.
Exactly, he threw it away in Kirkston, the Leinster Trophy race, but he was circumspect about it. A few expletives when he spun the car, but now he's, obviously the car is quite reliable, lucky enough. A few little glitches with it, but he's well able to drive that car.
watching second place man now, Sylvie Mullins, in the Red Bull livery gold. Looks like he's not pushing that much, is he, Donald? He's not taking a full racing line there.
Yeah, well, if you have a really expensive motor in the back and you don't want to have a rebuild again, because that engine's been rebuilt recently, it's a lot of money, so obviously you're probably cutting back on the revs.
Well, this battle now on the final lap, and in fact Paul O'Connell heading for victory here at Mondello Park. Here he comes out of the up towards the final corner. Southside Motor Factors for Digital Motorsport and Stone Motorsport. Paul O'Connell avenging his defeat at the Leinster Trophy, and great stuff from him. And the GP2 car blasts by with the hand in the air. Give him a round of applause if you're in the grandstand. Great stuff from Paul O'Connell, despite starting well back. And his closest challenger coming now with this glorious sounding Formula 1 engine. Sylvie Mullins hangs the tail out of the final corner and blasts across the line. There he goes to take second place. And third place, not too far back, Donald, it's got to be said, by Roach.
Yeah, Mick Roach had a good race, in fairness to him, and of course having a few cars that are much quicker than him, obviously ahead of him.
And Fergus Faherty almost with him going over the line. Then Aaron Cochran getting used to that car that, as you said, he's just borrowed. And then Roland Doherty. I'll tell you something, those 13 brake horsepower did him the power of good.
Made a difference.
And not too far behind him is Shane Rabbit. Shane will be looking for softer tyres or something for race 2. They're always looking for improvements.
Shane will be telling us that he's just running in the engine.
Yeah, of course, he just rebuilt that engine, didn't he? They're not. I'm surprised he didn't take a loan of Barry's car, because Barry's away on holidays. He wouldn't have missed it. Oh, he would have been watching the live stream, of course.
He would have
spotted him. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, brilliant. That was a good race, Donald. Great to see. And as you said, the big cars coming flying through from the back.
Yeah, it's unfortunately we lost a few cars there, but hopefully they have a knack of getting the back out again. So hopefully they'll appear out for the race, the final race of the day at 5:15.
Yeah, it seems to be all hands on deck. They all help each other, don't they, to a certain extent? Yeah.
And we do. It's a good class. It's a good class like that. So that's where we're all in garages beside each other, and we can go in and out and have cups of tea and whatever else.
Brilliant. Is that what you're doing now? You're going to go down and survey the damage?
I will, and get a few stories.
Well, you come back for race 2?
Okay, Leo, I will
Brilliant.
do that.
Thanks very much. Great. I really enjoyed that, Donald. Thanks very much. Great to have someone up here with insider knowledge, and we will have him back for race 2. So great to have Donald Griffin with us on the ICCR live stream. That was a little bit of fun, and very, very enjoyable race. We could hardly hear each other though with the sound of those cars going by. But Paul O'Connell, there he is, waving to there is a crowd here today. There's quite a few people here today, and it's great to see it because we're not used to it for a number of reasons. He's giving a wave to the marshals there. He'd be so happy with that one. Paul was quite open about what happened in Kirkestown. He said he got a little bit greedy. He thought he might chase for the lap record, and back in the car was a bit wayward, and he spun out of the lead in Leinster Trophy, which would be very hard to take. But he's quite open about what happened, and that will make this victory even sweeter for him. So there he is, and the Stone Motorsport crew straight over to him, and it's the same thing, big fist pump there from Brendan Stone and the team, and they'll be delighted with that one. But straight away that car will go back into the garage and start prepping it for race 2, because they'd love to do a double here today at Mondello Park at the ICCR. So, great stuff, and unfortunately Jonathan Files didn't make that one, but his car was pushed back into the garage pretty quickly, and they'll be trying to get that one fixed as quick as they can. We'll be going back racing in just a few minutes' time, in fact, pretty quickly again with the big race of the day. The Bahrain Perpetual Trophy is going to go to the Formula Vee class, who have given us great numbers and great entertainment all year, and they'll be taken to the track in just a few minutes' time. Well, here we are. This is the big one. This is the race for the Bahrain Perpetual Trophy. Mondello Park decided to award that trophy in memory of Martin Birrane to the Formula Vee class. And thank them for their great numbers this year. They've been heading for 30 cars at each championship round. And the young man who's on pole position is Jack Byrne from the Avalon car family, very well known to us here at Mondello Park. Jack's had some great wins and really, really good racecraft as well. Some incredible overtakes earlier on this year that had us talking here in the commentary box. Alongside him is Tim Murray, the Meads man, in the self-modified Leastone chassis. He's had a bit of help from LOH Motorsport with that car. Always beautifully turned out, and Tim has just got better and better. Very quick in the wet conditions. Not sure of his outright pace in the dry. I suspect he'll be okay, but let's watch this one. It was wet qualifying this morning. Then Dan Polly in the LOH car. Watch out for him. Always a danger man. Another danger man beside him, Anthony Cross. These two have battled. They have been the main protagonists really in Formula Vee over the last couple of years, and they're very experienced. Both a reigning champion in Anthony Cross, a former champion in Dan Polly, in the two red cars. Then incredible performance, local man from Naas, Donald Downey. He's a newcomer to the class. He's in the Star Tomorrow Championship, and he's right up with the big boys here, so obviously goes very well in wet conditions. That's always a good sign of how quick a driver it is. Robert Fleming next up in the LOH Motorsport car. Then Owen Kelly, Donegal. Gavin Buckley, watch out for Gavin Buckley. He's not normally back that far. It goes really well. Gavin Buckley. Anthony Conway, another newcomer, ex-Janetta Junior driver, number 115. Car always beautifully turned out. Jonathan Hollywood, who worked in the rescue unit here at Mondello Park for many years, making a return to motorsport, doing well there on row 5. And David O'Loughlin, Michael O'Callaghan, Colin Lewis, Jordan Kelly. Watch out for Jordan Kelly, front runner. He's way back, number 99, but we need to watch out for him. He's as quick as anybody out there. Sean McCallion, Andrew Kyo, Pat Shepherd, James Shepherd, Jonathan Mannix, and Colin O'Loughlin. Next up is Norman May, Oliver Devlin, and Brendan Ellis. So as ever, a huge grade of these budget single-seaters. Formula Vee was brought into Ireland by David Shane in the late 70s in Mondello Park with the aim to have a car on the grid for less than £1,000 back then. You won't get one for £1,000, but you might get one for 3,000 or 4,000 that would allow you to be a starter and running the Star Tomorrow Championship. And from there on, you can progress and upgrade the car. The chassis are the same. You can get a race-built engine or a race-built gearbox and add the bits onto it, which a lot of people have done. Cars don't have to be particularly modern. Some of the chassis are from the mid-90s and still right at the front. In fact, Dan Polly's car in 1994, that car would have been built originally and rebuilt many, many times. The chassis is from 1994, so you don't need to keep upgrading or anything like that to stay competitive in Formula Vee. They've got 3 championships. The A championship is Selco.ie, their main sponsor. The hygiene company, of course, Max Hart from that family doing so well in the UK, former winner of the Star Tomorrow Championship, and the Hart family huge supporters of Formula Vee. Then they've got the VW Spares B Championship for slightly less experienced drivers, and then they've got the Motorsport.ie Star of Tomorrow for newcomers, and that has been where all the success has been, recruiting people. The Formula Vee Association Committee have done really well. Michelle Moran does loads of PR work for them, live streams the races and stuff like that, and they've made it a very welcoming class for newcomers, and that's why they've got all these guys we're looking at now. They're all pretty new with no experience. Daunting day for them, of course, with live TV here and all the big names up front, but they're learning every time and getting closer to the pack as we see as the season progresses. So there's again some of those contenders for the Motorsport.ie Star Tomorrow title at the back. Mixture of Shane and Leastone chassis, both Irish built chassis. Leastone here in County Kildare, and Shane of course in Blaine Row in County Wicklow down near British Bay. So we're getting ready to go. This is the big one. The winner of this gets the biggest trophy of the day. Jack Byrne on pole. Timmy Murray gets the jump from the outside, but Byrne goes back at him in the Avalon car, and they're wheel to wheel now as they head down towards turn 1. And here they come. Murray on the outside, Byrne on the inside. Byrne gets it done, I think. Indeed he does. Side by side in the second row. They all stay apart down into turn 1. A few big lockups. Ellis makes up a place there at the back. Somebody gone around. Quick spinner. No problem there. Down into second and rejoins. They start these cars in second gear and then they just use third and fourth during the race. So third gear for the corners, fourth gear on the straights, pretty much. So here they come down into Bridgestone corner for the first time. The long left-hander. Jack Byrne, Tim Murray, and it's Polly, and it's Cross. All the rest streaming through now. And out onto the international loop. Kennedy's rise. Murray pushing very hard, getting the car a little bit out of shape, but actually gets a good exit, and he's right under the gearbox now with the leader. He pulls out, he's on the inside. Murray might get it done here. He does get it done. That's good stuff. He did that through Lola corner, the quickest corner there on the international loop. Got alongside, and Jack Byrne was helpless to defend because he was already alongside long before the corner, and he just had to finish it off on the brakes into 7A. There's Anthony Conway in the middle of that. Good battles all the way down the grid. Jack Byrne will be keen to fight back here. Always nods the head forward, sits very low in the car. Jack Byrne in that Abbey Lawn car, the green car. Look, really wants to have an attack straight away, and Tim Murray has to go defensive. And Dan Polly says, hi guys, right in behind them. In fact, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars right with them. So nobody getting away here at all in Formula V. We could be on for a real cracker of a race here. And Tim Murray under big pressure. Look, he looks like he's heading in the old pit lane. He wasn't going to go and take a racing line for a long time, but he does eventually. Oh, Jordan Kelly locks it up and fires it all away from way back on the grid. He was already up with the drivers, but he drives very much on the edge, Jordan Kelly. He's great to watch, but he just threw it all away, and I think he could have been right in the mix here. He rejoins, but way back. It's Murray now, big wide confident line down into turn 1 and gets it into the apex. Big lock up from Colin Lewis there in the white Leastone chassis run by Kevin Gillespie. Tim Murray out front and beginning to open this gap just a little bit. Tim Murray out front now and easing away, and in fact Jack Byrne is going to have to worry more perhaps about Dan Polly in the LOH car. Then number 1, then is that Buckley? I think it is, from way back in the grid. Now he's going nicely, and Owen Kelly, an Star Tomorrow competitor. Somebody else rotating at turn 3. We've got a car in the gravel. That's Kyo just leaving the scene, but we're not sure who that is. James Shepherd, I think that was. Oh, Gavin Buckley looking a bit racy on the brakes, trying to have a go across, and Polly meanwhile has got by Jack Byrne and up to second place. So now let's see if Polly can do anything about the pace of Tim Murray out front. Tim Murray with the head down, beautifully turned out car. It's a Leastone chassis but with slightly modified bodywork. Looks almost Formula Ford-esque there, very slim car. Polly down the inside, very tight line on the way in, but actually that's quicker on the way out by the look of it. Fleming in another LOH car there going nicely. Anthony Cross a little bit subdued in this one, car number 1. He's the reigning champion, and he clinched his 4th in a row possibly yesterday here at Mondello Park, just as I say it. And the brakes adjusted a little bit too much to the front. He locks up the fronts there. He'll be furiously twiddling with the adjuster on the main straight now once he pulls forward gear. Fastest lap is Tim Murray still, but there's very little in it. There's no point looking at lap times. Owen Kelly there, Star Tomorrow championship leader. In fact, I think he may be just crowned as the champion. He's right up with the leaders in this one. Kelly brothers from Donegal, very quick, both of them. We saw Jordan throwing it away there earlier on the brakes up into Southside Motor Factor's corner. Polly is, I think, closing down Tim Murray just a little bit. Massively experienced Dan Polly, takes his racing very seriously. He's been very successful, as we said, a former champion. He's won the Leinster Trophy as well. He'd love to add this Bahrain Trophy to his collection. And Tim Murray's so confident, he doesn't cover the inside at all. Big wide sweep down the outside. Great stuff from Formula V's here, and they're streaming through 7A and B, and that's Buckley and Kelly having a real go, both getting a little bit out of shape there. Great battles all the way down the front, but it's Murray, Polly, Byrne, Cross, Buckley, Kelly, Fleming, O'Loughlin, Michael O'Callaghan and Colin Lewis rounding out the top 10 from Jordan Kelly. But Jordan Kelly on a second charge up through the grid. Jack Byrne hand in the air. Is there a problem there in second place? One of the yellow flags are out. Yeah, there must be a safety car again, I think, is there? There is a safety car board below us. Apologies, didn't catch that one. Just distracted there for a second. There's a car in the gravel, but safety car is out, and that's why. So the rescue unit already there. They'll hook that one up. Should get it out there pretty quickly, but that's going to give us a lap behind the safety car. Now normally that would bunch up a race, but it won't do so this time because being Formula V, they're already bunched up. Safety car has caught them and has hooked up with the leaders already, so this should be relatively straightforward. The marshals and the rescue crew have been doing a great job all day. I'd imagine they'll get this car out of the way pretty quickly, and we probably will just have a single lap, if that, behind the safety car, especially being on the international circuit, so it won't be too quick. So yeah, there we are. We're already getting that car moved, but it's safety car will have to complete the lap and come in the pit lane with the lights off to allow the cars to go back racing again. So here we go. And that'll bunch all the way back up. I think that's Ellis next up. Yeah, he'll be able to get back up to where he was, back up with the bunch again. It's Brendan Ellis. The rest going through. So yeah, great stuff. Norman May being pulled to safety there. There's the BMW Ireland safety car. We said it earlier, if you want to drive a BMW M car at Mondello Park, just log on to mondellopark.ie. You can book in and come down and drive M4s, M2 competitions, even an M8 if you want. Porsches, and we even have a Ferrari down here now. So many different experiences. You can come down and have a go in those cars during the week here at Mondello Park. May being towed back in, straight down the escape road. Great stuff by the rescue crew, and they're ready to go one more time. Still under safety car here with flashing lights on the BMW, but they will go off pretty soon. There's the car pulled to a halt. It's off the racing line. We can see the BMW. There we are. There it is on screen now. Flashing lights on and leading them round at a relatively good clip. The safety car passenger always in touch with race control by radio. Race control will be informing them that the track is clear, so when they come out of the paddock corner or just before it, they'll turn off those lights. In fact, they've turned them off already. That's the signal to the cars behind that you are going racing. I'm pulling into the pit lane at the end of this one, so I think that's William Kellett driving the BMW M2 competition. So it's up to Tim Murray. He can slow them right down and back them up, or he can go up to racing speed. I think you can overtake before the start-finish line, but certainly you can go back up to racing speed. So here they go. There they go. He's backed them up a little bit and then he's dropped the hammer. But Dan Polly has gone with him. Jack Byrne perhaps lost a length, but only that there as they head up towards Southside. But Dan Polly right with him. Dan looking particularly racy today. Fleming having a look down the inside of Owen Kelly, that was. Polly piling the pressure on. It's Leastone, Shane and Shane the order at the moment in terms of chassis. Jack Byrne wants another go here, doesn't he? And Cross is suddenly in the mix, and Buckley and Kelly and Fleming in there too. This is great. Is that Jordan Kelly? It is Jordan Kelly. Danger. Jordan Kelly's back up there again. He's optimised himself with the safety car and he's not far away from the leaders. So Jordan Kelly going nicely. Tim Murray hanging on, hasn't made any mistakes at all, looks very confident out front, but he's under pressure now. Polly gets a run on him and he has to go to the inside. Polly on the outside, wheel to wheel. Murray takes it back on the brakes. Polly just really letting him know he's there, then tries to get it back across the inside. He does it beautifully. Dan Polly, what a move, down the outside of the brakes, forces Murray to go in a little bit too late, and then just a beautiful switch back between 7A and B. So still great battles in the Bs, but Byrne is off now across the grass. Kelly's got him sideways, he's compromised, and that's lost in plenty of places. So Jack Byrne dropping right back, and now there's Jordan Kelly down the inside of Fleming. He's up another place, so Jordan Kelly up to, where does that bring him? He was in 8th, 9th when they went across the line last time according to the monitor. He's certainly not 9th now. Oh, Tim Murray with a big lunge, classic Mondello move down the inside. Makes it stick, but Polly switches back to the inside. Classic Formula V action. They're side by side and wheel to wheel. Murray on the outside, Polly on the inside now. and Murray ahead by a nose. They go under the bridge. Look at this, 3 abreast. Cross wants a piece of the action as well. Murray's got it back. Only just a Gavin Buckley on the outside. This is exactly what Martin Birrane would have loved, a 4-way scrap racing for the trophy in his memory. So all the way all through turn 2 together, 1, 2, 3, 4 cars battling this one away. I haven't looked at the clock, there's been too much action. 3 minutes 49 seconds to go in this, and they're still battling away. Nobody's raced just yet. Tim Murray not getting rattled, but where's Dan Polly? He's dropped back, he's dropped way back. It's Cross up to second place now. So I thought Dan Polly was looking very good for this one, but he's dropped back. He's gone missing altogether, I think. Yeah, hand in the air in the background, Dan Polly. So problem for Dan Polly. That's such a shame. He was looking very, very strong in this one. So Tim Murray will be relieved to see that in his mirrors, but it's okay because Anthony Cross is going to take up the charge just in case Tim thought he would have an easy win here today. The 2 Kelly brothers line astern now. Owen Kelly having just been passed by Jordan Kelly, tucking in behind him, but here's Anthony Cross. He's done the majority of the winning in Formula V in recent years. He won the Home Patrick Trophy in Kyrgyzstan a few weeks back. I'm sure he'd love to add the Bahrain Perpetual Trophy to it, but so would Tim Murray. Murray still leading now, up to Bahrain's Benz, aptly enough, racing for the Bahrain Trophy. Through the right, through the left, in over the curb. Confident stuff by both of them. Gavin Buckley doing the same, but Jordan Kelly started at the back, caught the lead group, fell off, and is now 4th and has caught the leaders. We've got 2 minutes 37 seconds to go. Can Jordan Kelly spring a surprise here? He's looking very strong in 4th place. Fastest lap is Jordan Kelly. The red car with the long nose, the 4th place car there as he closes down Gavin Buckley. Turns in early at the final corner, it's outside. Needs all the curb on the exit as a result. 6 cars together. Starting, it won't be the last lap, they'll get another lap after this one. A big lunge by Cross down the inside. Murray locks the front, there's contact. Around goes Murray, up the inside is Buckley. Jordan Kelly second, follows him through. And Tim Murray removed from the lead there. It's such a shame. I thought we were going to battle all the way to the flag, but there's no shortage of action in this one. Just shows you how much they wanted. It's also a championship round, remember. But Gavin Buckley looking very good now, number 3, but he's got a real danger man. If there's a danger man in Formula V, it's this young man. He loves the car moving around under him. You can see it there. Look at the oversteer as he comes out of turn 3 in 3rd gear. He just fires the car around. There'll be some aggressive moves before the end of this lap. Has a look down the inside. Turns in very early, but still quick on the exit. Gavin Buckley with a more traditional late apex, later turn in. They're heading up the hill now, 4th gear all the way up the hill. Through the right-hander, out onto the back straight. Jordan Kelly now with probably a lap and a half, I suspect, to go. He has got the fastest lap. He's come from way, way back. So it's Buckley, Kelly. Cross still there in 3rd place. Owen Kelly in 4th. Oh, Jordan Kelly with a great run out of 7B. Buckley saw it as soon as I saw it. He calls across to cover, and he's still not backing out of it. And Cross looking down the outside of both of them. Cross could switch back here. Goes wide, high and wide. Should be quicker on the exit. But they managed to contain that. Here comes Cross with that run. He's down the outside again. Kelly keeps trying the inside. Could compromise himself on the exit, but he doesn't on this occasion. Jack Byrne there all on his own. It's 4 cars now, and we're going to start the final lap in 2 corners time. Here comes Kelly. There's a gap on the inside. He'll have a go. There isn't, so he goes to the outside. Watch him on the brakes here. He's so late in the brakes. It's wheel-to-wheel stuff. Cross goes to the inside line to try and get back down the inside, but doesn't make it. Out onto the straight now, and this is it. 1 lap to go for the Bahrain Perpetual Trophy, and it could be any one of these. I'm not going to pick one. Kelly goes to the outside again. Loves a run around the outside. It's Jordan Kelly on the brakes down into turn 1. Tries to get across, but Buckley holds him off. They're wheel-to-wheel on the way out. Kelly has the inside line for turn 2. And he hangs on. I think he's got it. He has got it. Around goes Buckley, and he clips Owen Kelly. Oh, such a shame. Just contact. He went off at the outside of the curb at turn 2. So it's all change again. Yet another leader in Formula V. What a cracking race. Jordan Kelly out over the curb, still pushing as hard as ever. Jordan Kelly started this race on row 7, remember. He caught up to the leaders and he spun off at Southside Motor Factory's corner. It was a safety car. He got back up there again, and he has fought his way back to lead this race. And we are now on the final lap. Red flag is out. Red flag is out as a result of that. I think it's the car's in a dangerous position. Well, that'll be interesting if we go back a lap, which they will probably do in the results. I won't preempt that, but it'll probably be Jordan Kelly. Generally the cars that are involved in the incident are not included when we go back, but the red flags are out. The race has been stopped. So we will get a result of that one, but we'll probably go back a lap. That's not as a result of anybody being injured. That's just the car's in a dangerous position. It's a particularly fast corner, and they don't like cars being parked on the exit of that corner just in case another car goes off. That's such a shame for Buckley. He was driving so well, but everybody having a real go. That is classic Formula V stuff. Loads of different leaders, loads of different moves. And there's Jordan Kelly, number 99, very much the young charger of the class. And he will be pretty happy with his progress today, all the way from, well, not from the back, but well back on the grid. So Selco.ie, Formula V, giving us plenty of entertainment, and we will have the winner of the Bahrain Perpetual Trophy up here in commentary with us after the next race, and we'll get I think David Kennedy is here, and David Kennedy's going to present that trophy to the winning driver. So as we get the full results, we'll let you know who that is, and then we will have them up here for a quick chat. So great entertainment from Formula V. Formula V have been brilliant this season. They really have. They've had great numbers, great entertainment, and they keep getting newcomers in and looking after them so well. And it's just great to see it. So well done to everybody involved in Formula V as Jordan Kelly leads them back in the pit lane. So it looks like Kelly Cross and Jack Byrne will be the order there, but I will stand corrected if that's not the case. We'll see what the officials come up with as they head back into the pit lane. So we'll sort all that one out, and then we will be on track again, starting the second run of the races that we will have seen earlier. So the next race out on track will be the ITCC, the Irish Supercars powered by Pirelli, and say it, Supercup Ireland. we're back on track, and it's the Zetec Supercup. It's the Irish Supercars powered by Pirelli, and it's the Irish Touring Car Championship, the ITCC. Thanks to the organisers of the Zetec Supercup, we've got the information on the ECUs. Shane Murphy just had 310 brake horsepower, that ECU in race 1 due to being on pole. Alex Denning had 320 brake horsepower for being second fastest. For race 2, Alex carries the lowest power. Alex Denning 310 brake horsepower, and Neil Towell will carry the 320 brake horsepower ECU. Shane Murphy and the rest will be on full power ECUs, which is 340, with the top 6 finishers of race 1 reversed to form the grid for race 2. So it's Brian Berry going to be on pole position in this one, with Gerard Towell alongside him, then Sam Mansfield, Shane Murphy, Neil Towell and Alex Denning. Then in the supercars, it's Alan Watkins, Gary Corcoran, John Newport, Charlie Linnane and Paul Parr. Although do I see Paul Parr? I don't. There are only 4 supercars on the grid. Then it's Alan Donnelly and Colin Morris, the production spec. That Colin Morris car is beautifully prepared. The production spec ITCC cars. Then Stephen Traub, Stephen Martin, Ulick Burke and Alan Healy. We're not all showing on my grid sheet, but we're getting ready to go, and away they go. Shane Murphy from the outside of row 2. Blast down the outside. And it is Shane Murphy, 970, the former Hot Rod World Champion, who leads down into turn 1. He's got full power in this one. 340 brake horsepower, so there hasn't been pinned back. Our touring cars having a real go. The big battle there will probably be Healy versus Ulick Burke, and that one we'll keep an eye on it. But Shane Murphy is away down the road, relishing all those 340 brake horsepower he has under his bonnet now. So going very nicely. Gerard Toll and the Kylemore Cars car next up. There's Healy and Ulick Burke already muscling their way by Charlie Linnane and the supercar in front. So the ITCC cars again on a charge coming from the back. Sam Mansfield looking a lot racier than he was earlier in the Finstown House car. Dave and Paul O'Brien running this car. They were doing a lot of work to it in terms of setup. They were here late last night, still trying to get stuff done to the car. Sam certainly looking a lot closer to the pace in this race than he did in race 1. Alex Denning looking up the inside of Brian Berry. He shouldn't have the power in a straight line, and indeed he doesn't. Alex Denning pinned back slightly in this one. Watkins and Corcoran together, and then Ulick Burke in the Tire Brigade car. Here he comes. Oh, locking up the brakes down into 7A and B. Charlie Linnane coming back at him, and in fact he got back ahead of Alan Healy. But already at Bahrain's Benz is 9-7-0. Look at Alex Denning really having a go at Brian Berry here. He's going to have a dive down the inside, is he? He is, and he squeezes it down the inside of Brian Berry. Great stuff from Alex Denning. And Mansfield trying to do the same. Berry goes back at him, though, more power on the outside, but Denning, no way was he going to back out of that one. And the Winthrop car up over the inside curb. But watch Berry here, really late on the brakes, trying to get up to him. Charlie Linnane putting a wheel off. No, that's Corcoran in the background. Ulick Burke right up with him now, the Corcoran's crash repair car there. Watch the straight line, it'll be interesting to see. Sure, Ulick Burke should have a lot more power, but the car will be heavier than the supercar. There's Towell, Denning, Berry, Towell again, Mansfield, Watkins. Ulick Burke has got by, so Ulick Burke very strong in the ITCC in this one. There's the Kylemore Cars machine. Gerard Towell started on the outside the front row, and Alex Denning closing him down very quick through the first bit of turn 3, very quick on the brakes. Splitting the supercars still. Alex Denning very committed, as indeed is Berry there. So it's Towell, Denning and Towell again. Denning and a Towell, or sorry, Berry it is in third place. Oh, Denning very quick through the right-hander there, flashing his lights, but there's nothing he can do about it because it shouldn't have the straight line power. Pinned back to just 310 brake horsepower. So apologies for that. We're back live here, and it's the Zetec battle we're looking for there, and it's the Kylemore Cars car holding this battle. Look at Alex Denning weaving around behind him, goes to the outside, back to the inside. There we are, swapping ECUs in these cars. That's what's happening. And Alex Denning with slightly less power as a result of his result in race 1. So that's what's holding him back slightly. Good battle there between the sideways Watkins and Ulick Burke coming out of outside corner. But it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 car, 5 car almost, say it, battle here. Shane Murphy has disappeared down the road. Nobody touching him. So great stuff now. Denning again closing in. He's certainly very quick through the twiddly bits, and he takes a lunge down the inside. A typical Alex Denning move there. Gets up that space and back in. 3 Zetec coming back down towards us now. The Winthrop car leading this one. Kyle Moore cars next up. Brian Berry next in line. They're all very, very close. Denning, the one with the least power here, we're told, from his result. They've just communicated that to us. So Shane Murphy, with that good start off the grid and the full 340 brake horsepower, has been able to just ease away. And the fact that these guys are scrapping will have helped him a little bit as he eases away. Sam Mansfield hanging on to the back of this one, not quite showing the pace we saw from him when he was in this class before. So there must be an issue with the car, or else he's just getting back into it. Of course, he's been in single-seaters all year. These are very, very different kettle of fish. Left-hand drive, factory-built touring car with some 340 brake horsepower. Just 2 pedals, paddle shift. So very, very different to the big V8 engine supercar or single-seater car he was driving before. Berry having a good go here at Toll. The Kyle Moore car's red machine holding him off. Or is he? Berry with a big move down the inside, but he's already had one of those from Denning and he doesn't want another one. So Jared Toll slams the door shut there. Plenty of rally experience he has, but he's doing very well here, holding back. Brian Berry's got plenty of experience. Hasn't been out much in recent years, but he's raced a lot of. So say it's down the inside. Great move from Brian Berry. Siobhan and Sean Woods watching this one, they'll be delighted with that. They'll always consider Brian their driver. He had great fun racing with them, and great success in Puntos, and then of course into these Zetec. So Sean Woods, you will have seen from the ads on this today, is going to do that drive around Mondello Park for motor neuron disease in his wheelchair. We'll give you a GoFundMe link for that later on. And he goes a little bit wide now, a lot of understeer. So Berry has got through and got away. So good stuff. So it is these first 3 cars absolutely together now. Kyle Moore cars leading Southside Motor Factors. Finstown House not too far away either. Cars all well liveried up. Sam Mansfield now beginning to get into it. So good stuff. There's Shane Murphy. We haven't seen much of him, all on his own out the front. Oh, car beautifully presented. Family team. They've got their own transporter, beautiful transporter in the paddock. Car's always immaculate, never gives any trouble, and he's so difficult to beat in this class. He's just really, really quick, and he does not make any mistakes. So fantastic stuff. Here they come now, down towards 7A and B again. Jared Toll. Neil Toll right with him. Neil Toll should slightly less power, but it's not bothering him in this one. Shane Murphy absolutely charging away in this. Fastest lap. Oh, a new track record for ITCC. Ulick Burke, a new lap record. Great stuff, 151.261. And then Shane Murphy, a new Zetec Supercup lap record, 148.179. So the track in tip-top condition and the driver's really pushing hard. Not often we get 2 lap records in one day. That's fantastic stuff to see. So Shane Murphy looks like he's heading for a win and a new lap record. And also Ulick Burke with an ITCC lap record. I think that's Dave O'Brien's lap record, the BMW M3 car that he's just broken that lap record. We'll have a look at that when it counts down a little bit after the race. But absolutely great stuff from Ulick Burke and indeed from Shane Murphy now. Lap records flying everywhere here at Mondello Park. It just popped up on the screen. Shane Murphy obviously with fastest lap, but also a new lap record. So fantastic. There he is now, absolutely in a groove. He got away straight away. It's a new lap record and heading for a win. Shane Murphy, a long way to go. I'm preempting it a little bit here. There's 7 minutes still to go on this. Watching it here on live stream, and here he comes down at the S, locking an inside back wheel. Always a sign that somebody's really trying. Cocking an inside rear wheel. Inch perfect Shane Murphy. Look at this, right out to the white line. And just done that fastest lap of 1 minute 48.019. As we said, that is a new Zetec Supercup lap record here at Mondello Park on the international circuit. So great stuff now. Still a long way to go, but I don't think anyone's going to catch him just now. The gap at 5.9 seconds. Back to Alex Denning, Brian Berry third, Jared Toll fourth, Sam Mansfield fifth, and Neil Toll. And then it's Ulick Burke Watkins ahead of Corcoran for the Supercars, Traub, Healy, and then Charlie Lennon. That's the order now. So a good mix all the way down through the grid, and they're all mixing it up to a certain extent. But certainly Murphy and Ulick, they're getting the job done here. Shane Murphy and Ulick Burke. Watkins still leading the Supercars, but those two guys have broken the lap record here at Mondello Park. And in fact, it's Sam Mansfield's upper place, beginning to get a move on now in the Finstown car. Let's have a look at his lap times. Yeah, he's getting them down. He's 151, he's 150, then 149.7. So it's a good bit off Shane Murphy, but it's not that far off the rest of them. And Mansfield now beginning to mix it with the tolls. He's got by Neil's hole, he's closing down Jared's hole. We'll watch this as he goes by. Shane Murphy still doing quick lap times, 48.3, just 3/10 off his new lap record on that lap, so still pushing very hard. Denning goes through, Denning on a 48.5, only 2/10 slower. Toll 49.7 and Mansfield 49.9, so it's close between those guys, but nobody touching Shane Murphy just yet. Ulick Burke just going through there. Corcoran just being hauled in by another one of the touring cars, Stephen Traub, that is. Stephen Traub, very, very quick Irish touring car driver, but nothing he can do about Ulick Burke, who's absolutely flying. We spoke about this in race one. Ulick Burke's done a lot of work on the front suspension of this car. He found out the car had a lot of bump steer, and it was like eating its front tyres as a result, and also a little bit of a handful to drive. And it seems to have modified it quite a lot. He's got new wishbones, and it just seems the car is way, way better. So he certainly works very hard on that car. Shane Murphy there right in over the curb. He really is just clocking in incredibly quick laps. He's a couple of tenths off his own lap record last time round. There's Alex Denning. Nothing he can do about Shane Murphy. The ECU swap is probably a good idea, but it would be great to see Murphy and, sideways from Sam Mansfield, laying down the rubber with the back wheels, to say it there. Big black stripe left at 7B. But it'd be great to see Alex Denning and Shane Murphy going at it with equal power in this one. Certainly not in this race, because here comes Shane Murphy one more time. 4 minutes 21 seconds still to go, so still a few laps to run as he comes up towards the final corner. Down through the gears, the Turvas gas car right out to the outside again. No problem for him at all. Shane Murphy well used to this, but just shows he's at the top of his game. Going to do a new lap record. He's still, let's see, is it anywhere near it again last time round? 49 dead, so less than a second off, and he's still circulating pretty quickly, balancing that gap. Very under a bit of pressure there from Jared Toll, but this is the man up front, 970 Shane Murphy. Here he comes again, down into what would normally be the first part of the S. It's a left followed by a right, but it continues left now. It's Bridgestone corner, hard on the power, right out to the curb, up the hill. Kennedy's rise through the right hand, Lola corner next up. Denning keeping him in sight actually, and Denning isn't far off that lap record pace either. And remember, Denning hasn't got the full power in the car. So here they come. Round 4 of the ICCR, it says there most of the classes have had 2 race meetings at each. So they'll be on round 8 of their own championships. It's the 4th race meeting at Mondello Park. The ICCR, a new initiative that's been brought into motorsport this year. There's bigger crowds, more cars out there, loads of promotion, as you'll see on the social media channels. Great to see it, and if it's your first time at Mondello, and I met a few newcomers today, you're very, very welcome. If you want to find out about any of the classes, just ask somebody involved. If you want to find out about V's, you can find Michelle or one of the Formula Vee crew around the place, or Facebook, message them. Go to one of the race centres, you'll be able to get all the information you want. Here comes Shane Murphy again. Closing stages, 2 minutes 29 seconds still to go, so he will have one more. Possibly this will be going on to his last lap now, if he doesn't go too fast, but he probably will. He goes by. He's going to lap one of the touring car drivers now, staying well out of the way. Blue flag's being waved just to let him know that there's a faster car coming up behind. Down the inside, Shane Murphy, dominant form, a new lap record at Mondello. Just shows you how good condition the circuit is in. New lap record for Zetec and ITCC. So somebody off down, that's Colin Morris, I think, in that beautifully turned out car. Off on the outside. just taking the bonnet off the car there. A lot of smoke coming from the front of that car. He's just standing well back. I'm sure the marshals will be there before long. It's another newcomer in a really well turned out car. Shane Murphy one more time. .970 now, 1:15 to go, so he might get to start one more lap. The gap back to him and Alex Lennon is just 5 seconds, 5.8 seconds. Fastest lap, 48 dead was pretty much the lap record, 48.019. Alex Lennon has now been within 3/10 of that, a 48.325. Brian Berry 48.788. Brian Berry less than a second off the lap record as well, so this is great stuff. Shane Murphy goes through again, right out to the outside, and lap record holder, and he's going to be a race winner here one more time. We've got 33 seconds on the clock, so there will be another lap to run. So he starts his final lap of race 2 at the ICCR round 4, the Zetec Supercup Ireland. Class act, Shane Murphy, as we said, he's pretty much unbeaten. He didn't win the first race here today, but he's won all the rest of them this year. There's Ulick Burke putting a lap. No, he's not. Is he under pressure? I think he is. Ulick Burke dropping back. That's Stephen Traub has caught him. So this is a great battle. Well done to the director catching this one. Fantastic stuff. Ulick Burke all of a sudden under pressure after all that good work early on, and Traub trying to get up the inside. The 2-inch Agras now bumper to bumper, and Traub getting alongside Ulick Burke on the main straight. The brake horsepower should save Ulick here on the main straight, but there's nothing in it, is there, as they get down on the brakes. Down through the gears now. ITCC. Oh, and Ulick's car very stiff at the front, bumping around. He's got a lap to go. Can he hold on to this for a win? He's already got a lap record. No, it's been broken by Stephen Traub on that lap. 1 minute 50.345. Well, 0 to 0 for poor old Ulick. He was leading this race. He had a new lap record. He's just been caught by Stephen Traub, who has broken the lap record in the process. So great stuff at Mondello Park today. You couldn't write a script better than this one. Great to be live streaming this. There's our leader. He's going to take the Zetec Supercup win and the new lap record, 970. Shane Murphy powering up the hill into Bahrain's Benz, now named after Martin Birrane, man who saved the circuit in the 80s and then developed it to the extent we have it now. Put on this international loop, put in the new tower, the corporate suites, everything that we have here today is thanks to Martin Birrane. So it's great to be remembering with a corner and of course with his trophy at this meeting as well. So Shane Murphy with just a couple of corners to go through paddock for the last time, up over the inside curb, up to the final corner, Southside Motor Factory's corner. That's what he's got in the front number plate. They sponsor this championship as well. Down through the gears, checkered flag is being prepared, and Shane Murphy powers by. Checkered flag is waved. Shane Murphy takes the win. The crowd give him a round of applause in the grandstand. Alex Lennon not too far away, and look at this, holding on for the Irish touring car win. It's Ulick Burke just about. Stephen Traub has caught him and broken the lap record on the fun last lap. He's now all over him, and this is it. 2 corners to go. Can Stephen Traub steal the win from Ulick Burke? Burke over the inside, spitting flames when he lifts off, and the Integra. Traub gets the run, almost gets up the inside. No, says Ulick, and closes the door. But Traub goes high and wide to try and get the drag out of the final corner. He's got up the inside. It's Burke versus Traub. 2-inch Agras side by side. 2 VTECs heading for the line. Who's going to get it? Oh, it's just about Ulick Burke, but there's nothing in it there. There wasn't an Integra front bumper. Great. Oh, Gary Corcoran drifting out of the final corner in the background there. Watkins and Corcoran first across the line in the Supercars. So great stuff there. ITCC right down the wire to the battle. We just need a few more cars in the ITCC because they always give us great entertainment. But lots to talk about after that race. Shane Murphy, fantastic race. But Alex Denning is only a few tenths off that new lap record. And Alex Denning is running a 310 brake horsepower ECU, so he's 30 brake horsepower down on Shane Murphy. I want to get rid of this ECU thing and get those two guys to go head to head at the next race meeting. I might make a case for that during the week. No, it's nothing to do with me, and it does work. It's a good promotional thing to do. But I really would love to see Alex Denning going head to head with Shane Murphy. I think that would be a joy to watch here at Mondello Park. So fantastic stuff, fantastic entertainment. I've been telling everyone how good the racing has been all year at Mondello Park. Now you get to see it through this live stream, and it really is great to see it. Big thanks to the Beacon Hospital Health Check for coming on board and helping us to be able to stream this racing one more time. We do apparently have a result for that V race. We'll get that to you as quick as we can, and a new winner of the Bahrain Perpetual Trophy. So we'll have a chat about that in a few minutes' time. But meanwhile, if we move on and see what's coming up next. I've dropped my program on the ground, so I'll just grab that. I can see what it is. It's the Coffee to Go Fiesta STs are going to be next up. And didn't they give us some entertainment? Now, I've got a little bit of paper from the officials, which tells me that there's been a bit of a reshuffle in that, because Dara Denning, great drive, flashing the lights, getting by everybody, coming up and taking the lead, but apparently we didn't see it. There was a little bit of contact out there, and they've come down on him pretty heavily. So the drivers were interviewed, video footage reviewed, and he's had a 23-second penalty. And the reason they've given him a 23-second penalty is because that puts him back to 7th place, and it excludes him from the top 6 being reversed. So that means if he was back to 6th place, he would be on pole. They've given him just enough time to put him back to 7th place. I don't think he's going to stay in 7th place for too long. That's all I'll say about this next one. But there will be great entertainment. Graham Mcdonnell, a bit like Michael Barber, needs to get the finish, needs to get the points, get the job done, get the championship sewn up. He can do that today. Michael Cullen has had a bad day. I suspect that is already done. I haven't totted up the points just yet. But they will be out on track here at Mondello Park in a few minutes' time. Well, I'm joined on the balcony here at Mondello Park by David Kennedy, who's very much involved in Mondello Park, and Timmy Murray, who's been declared as the winner of that incredible race. David, tell us a little bit about Martin quickly and this cup that we have.
Well, this is Martin's Perpetual Trophy for super talented drivers, and we've just seen a super talented, incredible race. I mean, who would you put your money on in that one? You know, red flags and being able to pull it off in the last minute. And of course, he's only a novice, he's never raced before. Oh yeah. So for Martin and Martin's family, I'm delighted to be able to award this trophy to, I would call him Tim, but you call him Timothy, was it? Tim Murray. Tim, congratulations.
Thank you. Timmy, great stuff. Let's just step in here for a second. I know we have to be kind of careful. What a race. What happened out there? Can you remember any of it?
Yeah, I got a good start. Didn't get the lead, but was right there, Leo. The boys left a little bit of gap. The engines put in well into Tarzan 1, Tarzan 2, took the lead. Made a bit of a Horlicks of the corner, but they didn't get back. Then Dan got by me. I think I got by him again. And then I kind of gapped Anthony a little bit, and he just said himself, he made a little, we were both braking late, and he just braked a little too late and just touched me into turn 1 there with about 2 minutes to go. As Anthony came up and apologised, he said, if there's any justice, there'll be a count back. So I got lucky, and the count back brought me to the win.
Well, there is and there was. Timmy, what does it mean to you to win a trophy like that? It's incredible.
Oh, look, it's great. I kind of already made the decision that next year, just between work and family, that I'm just going to do a few trophy races. This year, I've kind of done the full championship, and it's very difficult to get time to do it all. So I'm delighted to get this win.
Does that just mean the wife is watching? That's why you're saying that?
Absolutely, Leo.
Oh, we'll miss you very badly. Wink, wink. Great stuff, Tim. It's a great race, and you've modified that car quite a lot yourself, and you've worked with LOH Motorsport, and it's just great to see it going so well.
No, the whole idea coming back to Vees, I know the English guys have been over here and they have beautiful cars, and there's no reason why we couldn't raise the standard of the cars too. And once one car, everybody tries to reach that, and I try to make that car as aesthetically pleasing, and it's got a good motor now. Thanks to LOH, it's motoring well as well, so it's working well.
Well, off you go to wherever your local is to fill that up, the snail box or somewhere like that, is it? Fill that up.
I somehow doubt that now. It's going to take a little while to get loaded up this evening, so but it's good when they're all pointing in the right direction.
Well, off you go. Well done. Thanks very much, Timmy Murray. Well done. David, let's just have a quick chat there for a second. David, what do you think about the racing down here? It's all on and up at the moment, isn't it? Great to see.
It's been tremendous. I think an entries of over 160 cars is quite remarkable, and just hankers back to the days when I raced here. It was just the place to be, and the excitement and the close racing. It's fantastic, and to see the competition at the level that it is and the commitment that the drivers make is something else.
Great to see it. It's great for you to see it. And the fact that we have the live stream, it's great for everybody else to see it, because I think a few of us have been ranting about this all year, and the ICCR guys, the media crew, have done a great job showing people in little video clips and music and stuff like that. But today with a full live stream, and we were wondering, I hope we don't have quiet races today, because we haven't had quiet races all year, but absolutely not. We're having absolute crackers, and the Coffee to Go Fiesta STs are lining up behind us. I don't think it's not finished just yet.
Yeah, funny enough, I was with one of the doyens of RTE, Michael O'Carroll. If you remember, used to put on the TV programs here with a huge crew. And to see now how they can put it together in a very tight, compact, and really professional way, it's the way to go. It's superb TV and great motor racing. What a weekend.
Great stuff, great to have you here. Great to have Michael Carroll here, because as you said, he helped Mondello Park so much over the years, and we know that Murphy's Irish Pub in Osaka are watching us here, so they're tuned in at the bar, so great to have them. Great to talk to you. I'm going to have to leg it back in.
Thank you, thanks.
All right, we're just going to go back inside, guys, because we're ready to go with Fiesta STs now here at Mondello Park. Well, there you go. Great stuff. Great to chat to David Kennedy and Timmy Murray, of course, and that beautiful Leastone on count back. If you're wondering how that works, when there's a red flag, they count back to the lap before the last time they crossed the line, and Timmy was in the lead, so that declares him the winner. Now it's back to the tin tops, and it's the Coffee to Go and Dean Motors backed Fiesta ST Championship. 160 brake horsepower in this one make class. Some of the most talented drivers in the paddock, some of the biggest entertainers in the paddock. One going through there, the Suzuki Drogheda car of Kevin Doran, Eddie Peterson, 5 times Houston Auto Test champion going through. As we said, there's great depth in this one. So we swapped the top 6 around, and that, allied to the fact that Dara Denning has been shovelled back to 7th place, has promoted Dara McMullen to pole position in this one. He's got Jack Byrne alongside, very much the young star of the class. Then Victor Cullen on row 2, and he will be absolutely loving this one. Son of Michael Cullen, of course, and he's progressed really, really well. He's well known to us from sim racing, Victor Cullen, but he's been racing in the STs. But I've always maintained it probably wouldn't be the place to start your saloon car racing career. It's like learning to swim in a pool full of sharks, because you've got massively experienced drivers here. And I always thought a season as Zetec might be better first, but Victor's proven me wrong, because he's on the second row of the grid in this one alongside Kevin Doran. And Eddie Peterson and Graham Mcdonnell, the champion-elect, make up row 3. Then 2 danger men, Dara Denning and Max Turley. 2 names very well known to us at Mondello Park. Denning, of course, Liam Denning raced and won pretty much everything here at Mondello Park. So we know the Denning surname. Dara's brother Alex is the reigning champion in this Fiesta ST class. Dara was first across the line, but was penalised in the first race this morning. And then Max Turley went beautifully this morning, so watch out for him. Really, really good little driver as well. Then Gordon Kellett, Dave McGuire, Ross Barnes, Simon Dean, Trevor Farrar, Ryan Nugent, Chris Jones, Christopher Grimes Jr., Cian O'Brien, Michael Cullen, and Ronan McHale, who absolutely flew earlier. Michael Cullen having a really, really bad day today at Mondello Park. He's always right at the front. He was in the hunt for the championship this morning, but it's just all gone wrong for him, and he did not finish the last race. So the class backed by Coffee to Go, which actually is Graham McDonald's business, but it's a Dublin-based chain of coffee shops. And Baggot Street Bridge, I think, is where their most famous one is. Somebody's told me that the almond and cherry muffins are to die for. I'm not even sure what that means, but we'll check them out before the end of the season. So Coffee to Go kindly coming on board and helping us out with this championship. Dean Motors also involved, the classic car dealers. If you don't follow Dean Motors on social media, you're missing out. They're excellent at social media. And Simon Dean also on the grid in his debut season. So here they come, full grid of these Fiesta STs, 160 brake horsepower, 1 make class. All very equal again and heavily policed. So they'll all want to get the win in front of the TV cameras, of course, at this Birrane Trophy meeting. Christopher Grimes Jr. at the back. He must have had problems earlier today. He was very quick here last time out. So watch out for Dara Denning, the car with the pink roof and green flashes there in the centre of your screen. So it's Jack Byrne, I think, that gets away first, is it? No, they're neck and neck heading down towards turn 1. Jack Byrne, no, Jack Byrne gets it done, I think. He does, and closes the door. Oh, Doran down the outside. Victor Cullen's off. He's into Dara Denning. No, it's not Dara Denning. He connected with another car on the right-hand side there. They're gone out of our picture. Oh no, it's Max Turley. Oh, such a pity. The back end, I think Victor got a bit of help, and that turned him left and straight into the path of Dara Denning. That is such a shame. The two young stars in that one, or Max Turley I should say, but I'm not sure. We're not seeing any safety car yellow flag, so it's Jack Byrne leading this one. Doran up to second, Peterson up to third, Peterson next up. They're still going, so they must be confident that they'll get that sorted out. So Jack Byrne all the track and a little bit more. Late turn in. McMullen next up, already breathing down his neck is Kevin Doran in the Suzuki car. There's JR and the crew already hooking up the car. This is good stuff. They use these Mazdas that are known as snatch vehicles, so they can get in there quick, hook up the car and drag it out of the way without stopping the race, which is to our benefit, of course. Doran in third place, looking racy. Dara Denning still in the mix there, very much Ferrari in there too. Oh, waved yellows, safety car. We're surely going to have a safety car here. I think we are. Yeah, waved yellows all around the circuit. And SC safety car boards, you'll see them. That's because the second car will take a little bit longer to get towed out of the way. So Victor Cullen staying in the car. That is such a shame. Victor Cullen starting on the second row of the grid after a fantastic race earlier on today. But yeah, not working for him. There's a teleporter being brought down as well. So here they come. Jack Byrne leads them round. Been a revelation in this class this year. Again, proving my theory wrong. It's a hard class to learn in, but he had done a season of Ginetta Juniors and he'd won, and he's the reigning Ginetta Junior Ireland champion. He's also had quite a lot of wins in rallycross. Very talented young man, very professional in how he goes about his racing. He's got a lovely setup himself and his dad in the paddock. They put the sponsors' products out on display, the FMK rust proofing, and the car is beautifully presented, and I think possibly a man that'll go a long way in motor racing. So they're not racing, don't worry about that. They're just heading down towards the safety car. There's the BMW Ireland safety car, the BMW M2 competition. So he's just waiting for the leaders. Once he engages with them, he'll get going again, and he will lead them around the circuit at a reduced rate until the first corner is clear. And then, as we saw earlier, the lights will go off on that car, and that will signal to the drivers behind, and indeed to us, that the incident has been cleared up. It's going to take a while for all these cars to go through. Big grid of Fiesta STs. It's great to see it. The Coffee to Go ST has been good, strong grids all year long. So 20, 19 or 20 out today. Well, we're down 1 or 2, but at the start of the day, certainly. So Max Turley's car being removed there. And Victor Cullen being pulled out too. Such a shame. And Max Turley hitching a lift back on the teleporter there on the right hand side. Victor staying in his car. So already down at turn 3, but that will be enough to clear the track, and that will be enough to go back racing. So Kev Doran, watch out for him in third place. Always action when he's around. Dara Denning, I'm sure, won't want to stay where he is, but a lot of very quick drivers in this race. Great to have you live streaming here with us at Mondello Park. Big thanks to the Beacon Hospital Health Check for getting on board to help us doing that, and of course the ICCR are doing great promotion work in association with Digital Motorsports. If you want to get a sim or go sim racing, have a look on digitalmotorsport.com and see what the guys can do for you. Pretty much a lot of these, I won't say all of them, but a lot of these guys have sims at home. Help them, they go racing during the week. There's a big race on a Wednesday night that they all do live online. Victor Cullen, pretty proficient at that. So Ken Elliott messaging me there to tell me that Jack Byrne is a Mondello instructor. A lot of the young drivers, Ken Elliott is the chief instructor at Mondello Park, and he takes on a lot of the young promising drivers because it's good for their career, and of course it's great to have them when somebody comes down to do a driving experience. If you've got somebody that races and races successfully teaching you, it's very good. So if you come down and do any of the experiences here at Mondello Park, that's the new Ferrari experience, paddle shift Ferrari F430. You now a rally experience with Focus STs, and they're a really good course, a really good stage for that one. And then of course they have new Porsches, they've Caymans now, The older Porsches have been replaced. The single-seater cars, the like Formula Shanes, the Mazda saloons, loads of stuff you can do down here at Mondello Park. Just have a look at mondellopark.ie, and there's plenty of stuff you can do if you want to drive around the track yourself. So the lights are off, we're getting ready to go. Plenty of messages coming in, people enjoying the coverage. That's Alan Drysdale up the north and Malcolm Swettenham in the UK. Hi guys, glad you're enjoying the coverage. Kevin Doran looking for a look down the inside. He's got the nose down the inside. Oh, a little bit of contact. All he wanted to do, I think, was get alongside. We've seen that trick done before, but McMullen wasn't having any of it. But Jack Byrne is away down the road. The young charger, and Kevin Doran, that's compromised him, and it's allowed Eddie Peterson to have a go at him. Doran on the inside, Peterson on the outside. Then it's Mcdonnell, and then it's Dara Denning, who we expect to be a little bit racy here. Then it is Dave Maguire, then Trevor Farrar, Ronan McHale goes through. Michael Cullen well back, and that's not a sentence I utter too regularly on my Mondello Park commentaries. He's always up the front in this one, but having a really bad day. Jack Byrne, the FMK rust-proofing car right into the apex, no mistakes from McMullen in second, but being crowded a little bit now by Kevin Doran. They come up out of turn 3. Long left-hander here, and Denning is up a place. He's got by Graham McDonald already. Dara Denning be keen to avenge what happened to him in race 1. We didn't see the incident, but certainly they came down quite heavily on him. I thought Doran had the move done there, but not quite. McMullen stays out. It goes very wide though. Doran just drives by him on the exit there. So Kev Doran now got to get the head down, and as he always says, got to put in some qualifying laps to try and catch the leader here. The Suzuki Drogheda car down through 7A up over the curb. Eddie Peterson will be next to try and get by McMullen. Then it'll be Dara Denning, who's very much on a charge here. I did warn us that was going to happen. Michael Cullen up a couple of places, but still a lot of work to do. Doran visibly trying, the car rocking on the suspension there as he chucks it into Bahrain's bends. There's Dara Denning right out to the exit curb. Not a place you see cars too often, but he is in a hurry. He's getting away from Graham McDonald. Lance Maguire, Farrar, Ross Barnes, always beautifully prepared. Jack Byrne out over the cars, pushing hard. He knows he's got a danger man on his tail, a real Mondello man. Somebody else gone wide. That's McDonnell. Is he going for the pits? Oh, he is. It's a broken hub for Graham McDonnell, a non-finished champion-elect, and he can't get the car in the pit lane. There's a broken hub on that car. Whatever happened out on the international, maybe paddock corner, maybe the curbs on the inside of paddock corner did for two very different lines of attack down into turn 1 there. I think that gap is closing a little bit. Fastest lap is to Kevin Doran, so Jack Byrne going to have a fight on his hands. Oh, Doran's so quick to the first bit of turn 3, and it closes him down again on the brakes. Easier to follow than it is to pass, of course. Denning very quick in there. It didn't look like he was going to make the second apex. He was very wide as they went out a shot there. Did they come back towards us again, cocking an inside rear wheel, then it's the long left-hander. Oh, Trevor Farrar again doing well, runs that car himself. He's not with a team. Ronan McHale's up a few places ahead of Gordon Kellett. Ross Barnes 44, the Barnes automotive car on the Rathgar Road. Rathcar's always absolutely immaculate. Teammate of Graham McDonald, of course. Eddie Peterson now fancies his chances here, but McMullen not giving him an inch. Has he got up the inside there? I think he has. He has got up the inside indeed. That's job done on the way down to 7A and B. Into 7A, and the Petersons.ie car takes the place. Denning next up behind them. The lap times will be interesting when they go by next time around to see if Dara Denning's pace compares to the leaders. So that's Peterson, McMullen and Denning now. And Dave Maguire next up. Trevor Farrar gaps behind that, and here's Kevin Doran again up over that inside curb. And Peterson, McMullen, Denning coming towards us. Fastest lap was Kevin Doran, 2:02.466. The only other person in the 2:02s is Jack Byrne, so they're getting away. Problem there for no, there isn't a problem for Dara Denning. Just had a go at McMullen, got rebuffed, and that's allowed Dave Maguire to drive up alongside him. These two have history from race 1. Eddie Peterson clear in third now. Murray Motorsport cars sorting themselves out. Gives McMullen a chance to get away. Denning right out over the curbs again. Maguire moving around behind him. Ferrar doing nicely to hang on to these boys. Seven, his dad, as I said before, prepared this car together, the Ferrar Motors car. It's beautifully turned out this year. He's shown some real flashes of pace. He didn't have any luck at the last race meeting, but he was running up near the front again. Here they come down into 7A and B. Maguire very late in the brakes. They both close in on McMullen as they go up over that inside curb. Through the right-hander again. Denning almost close enough to have a go now. Closes up again on the way back up the hill. Looked like he was going to have a look down the inside there. He's tighter through the first bit, should make him quicker through the second one. Doesn't though. Mullen carrying a bit of speed through there. Dara Denning going to have a rethink, but a good battle here. Ferrar beginning to chip a little bit closer to these guys now. Oh, there's the dive coming, and he was almost asking for that high and wide. Didn't defend at all there, McMullen, and Denning, always the opportunist, slice down the inside. Good stuff. McMullen though gets back across in case Maguire does the same thing. Well, he's almost helping Denning down the main straight by the look of it, but Maguire's got to run out on the two of them. Maguire now side by side with McMullen as they go through turn 1. So Maguire's problem now as they head through turn 2. That'll be Denning beginning to ease away. He's already 4 or 5 car lengths in 2 corners. They head out towards turn 3. Maguire looking for a gap, but he can't find one. And Ferrar closing up now. Maguire being held up to a certain extent. Ferrar closing right up onto this battle. Maguire having a look around the outside. Unlikely to get around the outside there. Gets a good run on the way out. Has to go to the outside though, and again, unusual you get around the outside there unless you can get a switchback. That's what he's trying to do, get a tighter exit, but no, it doesn't work. McMullen carried good speed around the outside there. Maguire still right with him though as they head down towards 7A and getting a bit of a run here. Down the inside for McMullen. They're looking for a gap anywhere, but there isn't one at the moment. They're so equally matched right out to the outside curb now. Maguire Denning disappearing up the road ahead of them. And Ferrar closing both of them down. Oh, new lap record. The circuit in top form. New lap record for Kevin Doran. This is good stuff from Kev Doran. Watch the lap times when they go by, but there is a new lap record for Kevin Doran. 2:02.466. That's the 3rd new lap record today at Mondello Park on the international circuit. McMullen still keeps the door closed there down into turn 1. So that's the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th place. Jack Byrne mustn't be far off that lap record either, because Doran not really closing him down. Well, he is inching towards him, but 2:02.466 fastest lap for Doran, 2:02.742. But actually last time round they were both in the 2:03s, and Denning quicker than both of them, and Eddie Peterson quicker than both of them. So they're all in the 2:03 bracket. McMullen 2:04.8. So big gaps between those drives. But in fairness, he's on a big defensive one here, isn't he? He won't be able to get lap times while he's holding Dave Maguire back. Maguire having another go and looking up the inside on the way out, and that's giving Ferrara a chance to have a go at both of them. And he's looking around the outside here. It's good defensive driving by McMullen, but it's letting the others away, and it's allowing Ferrara to drag his way up to the back of them. So it'll be frustrating for Dave Maguire. He's down the inside again. Maguire just looking for any gap, but there isn't one, and he gets on the power good and early. McMullen in over that curb. Just nothing Maguire can do just yet. It's going to have to be a Denning style lunge, isn't it? Because there's not going to be any mistakes, I don't think. Up front through Bahrain's bends, right and then left. That actually cost Maguire a little bit of time. Had to back out of it between them. Went in a bit quick. The front tire is probably getting a little bit tired on all these cars now. After the amount of laps they've done, the amount of tussling they've done. Trevor Ferrara going nicely. Came up from Fiesta Zetec a few seasons ago into these STs. He'd be relishing the chance to have a go at Dave Maguire, a former 3-time champion in this class. Great stuff, that's it. Jack Byrne takes the win from Kevin Doran, Eddie Peterson, Dara Denning, Dara McMullen, David Maguire, Trevor Ferrara, Michael Cullen, Gordon Kellett and Ryan Nugent. So great stuff from Coffee to Go Fiesta STs. We were so busy looking at that battle for fifth, intriguing stuff. So great stuff from Jack Byrne. That will help him certainly in the championship. It's his second win of the year, and very much a star in the making, young Jack Byrne in the FMK rust-proofing car. Kevin Doran would be delighted to have a new. He's always fiddling with the car, always trying to set it up, always doing corner weights, working with LOH Motorsport, and a lap record I think would be almost as important to Kev Doran as it will be as a win would be. Eddie Peterson in third place and had the pace to challenge them all the way through. Was quicker than them on the last few laps. And Dara Denning on the final tour, 2:02.782, quicker than anybody else. 3/10 off the new lap record, but quicker than anybody else on the final lap, Dara Denning. And then it was Dara McMullen, then Dave Maguire, Trevor Ferrara, then a gap back to Michael Cullen, Gordon Kellett and Ryan Nugent. So great racing as we expected from the Fiesta STs, the Coffee to Go Fiesta STs. And I think that should be enough. Well, the first race would have been enough for the championship for Graham Mcdonnell, but we'll do the scores on the doors beforehand. We're assuming that was a broken hub for him, which is a shame. So yeah, they're all swapping stories down in Park Ferme. That's the Fiesta race unit you can see in the centre with a Zetec and an ST outside for interested parties that want to find out about it. They can go down and talk to the team there, and if they want to go racing here at Mondello Park. But ST is giving us all the entertainment again. The Coffee to Go Fiesta ST Championship, fantastic stuff, and Jack Byrne getting it done from the outside of the front row. And we'll be staying with Fiestas now because the Siltec Safety Fiesta Zetec Championship is going to be next up. And they'll be out on track in just a couple of minutes' time.
We have overtaken a ride-on lawnmower. We have zoomed by a tricycle. And we whisked by a food mixer. Are you ready, Sean?
Let's do this.
Two men fast and furious, Roy Taylor and Sean Woods, both diagnosed with MND, are taking on a challenge the world has never seen before. They're going to lap Mondello in their wheelchairs. Saturday, September 25th at Mondello. Witness history.
One health check, 4 hours, total peace of mind. Beacon Hospital's Health Check is Ireland's only advanced health screening programme with results delivered on the same day. This is modern medicine. This is Beacon Hospital. Book your Beacon Health Check today at beaconhospital.ie.
So we're back racing with the Zetec Safety Fiesta Zetec Championship on their warm-up lap, and Mark O'Donoghue should be on pole position, but he's gone missing somewhere. I think he's back, possibly back in the paddock. It's reversing the top 6 from race 1. It should be Mark O'Donoghue and Mark Johnson, all the marks on the front row, but it's not. Mark Johnson will start this one on his own, I think, from the outside of the front row. Then it's Ian Fishburne, who had pole position early on, and then Alan Dawson in the hastily repaired Sheds Direct car. That's the way it's going to be. Then Harry McGovern and Michael Barber, potentially 2 of the quickest guys. Watch out for them. Michael Barber, I think, is the new safety Fiesta Zetec champion. He's done a great job all year. So huge grid, 21 cars is the most we've had in a number of years in this championship. So there's getting tangled up in my own wires here, and a little bit of reshuffling being done there. But after that, McGovern, Barber, then Gary Bradley, who drove so well in race 1. Lar Whelan also starred in race 1, and he's next up. Manning, Kyo, Shanley, Luke Noon, Keelan Noon, Richie Byrne, Keith Lenihan, Mark Minahan, Dave McGuire, Roy Tobin, Phil Lawless, and Andy Kavanagh, and away they go. Andy Kavanagh will not be on the grid after the shunt early on, of course. And it's Mark Johnson who takes the lead. Look at Barber, what a start though from row 3, and he's down the outside. Dawson going at him on the brakes, surely won't let him in. Hugely experienced, he doesn't, and Barber took straight back into where he was. So great stuff from the Zetecs now, down into turn 1. Not sure where the pole sitter went. Oh, it's back in the paddock. I can see the car out of shot. It's back in the paddock, and look at this side by side. That's McGovern now just holding off a challenge from Dawson, but Barbel's going to get down the inside of Dawson. Dawson is wrong-footed, and you don't do that when Michael Barbel's behind you. He slices down the inside. Is that Gary Bradley? It is, having a go with the big boys. He's up the inside of Alan Dawson now, and off goes Mick Kyo right into the gravel on the outside. He'd be doing well to recover from that one. Gary Bradley has got alongside Alan Dawson. Doesn't have the ponies on the way up the hill. Perhaps Dawson just pulls past him again, but Gary Bradley trying to have a look around the outside, bringing Lara Whelan with him. They battled so hard in race 1. Gary Bradley will love having a go with these guys. Alan Dawson, a race winner in this class already, and Bradley right with him now as they drag up the hill towards Lola Corner for the first time. Ian Fishburne now in the Fish Graphics car, and right behind him in the Medical Banks car is young McGovern. And then Barber just doesn't give up, does he? We think he's won the championship. In fact, he has now. We just got to do the scores on the doors, but he still wants a good race. And Alan Dawson will be the same, right with him. Car number 48 is these 2 guys running numbers they've run for many years at Mondello Park, 22 and 48. Gary Bradley, Lara Whelan in there too. Great stuff from Lara Whelan, hanging onto the back bumper of Gary Bradley. These guys will be getting giddy. They haven't got the experience of the guys up front. So great to see it. Oh, lifting an inside rear wheel, the Fish car there. McGovern right behind him. Barrel much tidier through the first bit of Bahrain's bends. Doesn't go wide, and is probably slightly quicker through the second bit as a result. Big run now with McGovern. He gets up the inside of Fish, and Fish just left the door open slightly. Ian Fishburne, and down the inside goes McGovern, but Ian Fishburne's seen it before. He tries to do a switchback. McGovern goes wide, and he does take it back. Great stuff from Ian Fishburne. Relative novice. He's experienced enough to leave the door wide open, almost invite McGovern down the inside, and then sail past him on the exit. And Barable's there thinking, I'll have a piece of this as well. So McGovern will be wondering where all that went wrong. It was a classic Mondello Park last corner lunge, but Fishburne didn't challenge him, and then just did the famous switchback. Took that place back, so it's still Fishburne, McGovern and Barber now absolutely as one. Mark Johnson leading this one out front, but this is where the action is. Fishburne going very nicely. He's loving it in this car. He only came out for the first time in the last race meeting, and really had great fun. He did get a little bit of damage on the car, but he got that fixed and he's back up and running. Missed testing yesterday. They were putting an axle in the back of the car. I think Philip Wright Motors helping him out with it, so I'm sure Phil Wright will be watching this one. So into that apex, McGovern right with him. Barber 22 in the Michael Barber Motors airside car, then Sheds Direct, then the Wexford Motor Club car. Gary Bradley still hanging on, and Claire Whelan there too, and Richie Byrne not too far away. Great day for the novices here at Mondello Park today, and Ian Fishburne doing well now, just containing the speed around the outside, but doesn't want to leave a gap on the inside. I think McGovern may have left a gap on the inside. Barber only needs half a gap. He's got alongside, I think he has. That is good stuff from Michael Barber. That started well before the last corner. He just set that one up and eases by. No damage, no drama. Michael Barber up another place. And now he's going to tackle Ian Fishburne. Barber, not really a guy you want to have behind you. He has got all the tricks in the book and a few more that he hasn't told anybody about just yet, I think. Mark Johnson driving superbly, just ahead of this group, but just fractionally ahead. Fishburne again, a little bit too quick perhaps on the entry to Bahrain's bends. Barber much more careful through that right-hander, and I think it makes him quicker through the left. It does. He's already on the back bumper almost of Fishburne's car. Johnson not getting away, and that's kind of crucial because Johnson's not getting attacked, he's not defending, so he should really be getting away here. But he'll be hoping this scrap heats up. Look at Barber, look at the commitment behind him. McGovern all over the curbs, Dawson all over the curbs. Oh, Barber has a last minute look up the inside. Fish defends, doesn't slow him down. This is good stuff from Ian Fishburne. He hasn't got the experience really of these guys in front, or around him I should say. Mark Johnson will be absolutely loving this, number 21. Out in front, getting the head down. Ian Fishburne goes to the inside, back to the outside the last minute, and glued to his back bumper now is Michael Barber. Then it's Harry McGovern in the Medical Banks car, run by Morgan Dempsey. Beautifully turned out car, re-liveried for this race. Barber having another go there. Right with the Fishburne car. Ian Fishburne just holding the centre of the road on the way down to turn 3, and it's very, very unusual to get around the outside there. It has been done, but it's not a usual manoeuvre. And Gary Bradley now being attacked by Lar Whelan, that might drop them back just a little bit. In fact, Dawson now beginning to have a go at the back of McGovern, so 4-car battle. Again, Johnson's not getting away, and that's not criticism. I'm just thinking that if they stopped scrapping and defending, they'd be on top of him inside a lap, I think. As fast as lap. Michael Barber, no surprise there. 2:13.145 for Michael Barber. And will he try this move up the inside? We've seen him do this before. He holds a tight line on the way out. I don't think he's close enough to do it this time. He'd need to be closer out of the Bridgestone corner and up the hill to make that one work. And look how far over to the right Ian Fishburne is. Doesn't want to give this place away. He'd love a second place here on live TV. Hard on the brakes. You see the front of the cars dipping the nose down. They've actually caught Mark Johnson now. So I suppose they've stayed away from each other for a lap or two. There's been a little bit of defending and holding the centre of the road, but that surprised me now. Mark Johnson has been caught by this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars now in the Zetec Safety Fiesta Zetec race. I did say they'd give us great entertainment. That's exactly what they're going to do. This race is far from over. 8 minutes 49 still to go. Happy days, almost 9 minutes of action, and this could be anyone's race. Fishburne has a look down the inside, almost gets the nose down the inside, but Mark Johnson just gets on the bar in time and gets out of the corner. And now it's a 12-wheel train going through Paddock Corner. It's Johnson, it's Fishburne, it's Barber, and right behind them it's McGovern and Dawson, all having a real go out over the curbs. This is great stuff. Mark Johnson doesn't defend, he's confident enough to go late on the brakes and gets that good run on the way out. Fishburne right behind him and Barber right with him too as they head down to complete another lap. So 21, the IT power car, powering its way to the lead in this one and hanging on out front, but Fish Graphics having a good look at him down on the brakes, and Barber right with him again, and they are bumper to bumper at the apex there. Square on, is no harm done in saloon car racing though. 3 hard racers but 3 fair racers here. Barber just looking for a gap anywhere. You just get a feeling if you make a fraction of a mistake, Barber's going to be in that gap. See out of shot, Mick Kyo is still going despite that pirouette into the gravel early on. Johnson very confident. He's not really having to defend here. He's happy enough to drag these cars around with him. He comes down towards Bridgestone again. Barber just looks dangerous there behind. Oh, and Ian Fishburne down the inside makes contact with Mark Johnson. There was a gap, but a little bit optimistic, was it? I'm not so sure. They're side by side. Actually, no gouging. They didn't even knock the mirrors off, so that's okay. They're heading up towards Lola corner now. Johnson on the inside holding on nicely, but it's big pressure. Barber could arrive here and just get by one of these easily enough. That's what he's planning on doing. Here he comes. He's bringing McGovern with him. Barber is putting his money on Fishburne and going bumper to bumper with him. If you're going by, I'm going with you. I'll give you a hand if you like. And here they go now on the back, and NASCAR style. Mark Johnson's just going to be back. Well, Barber comes on the brakes a bit early and lets them go at it, or does he? Goes back at them then on the brakes, and Barber's up a place. He really is a wily old fox, Michael Barber, isn't he? And Alan Dawson comes through as well. Poor Mark Johnson, just wrong-footed. That's what it's like in this one-make racing. If somebody gets down the inside of you, you can't close the door. They're all going to go at you. Barber now piling the pressure on Ian Fishburne, who would love his first win. He had his first pole position this morning, and he would love a win. But Michael Barber on fire here. The car running beautifully, and nerfed out onto the grass. McGovern, he doesn't lift off, keeps it pinned. Mark Johnson's had enough of people passing him. He doesn't want anyone else going by him. He'd rather have a go at the cars in front. Oh, a switchback from McGovern, nicely executed there, and he gets side by side. He's going to take another place. He is. There's nothing Mark Johnson can do about it. Oh, Barber overcommitted, but he's got the place. Barber must have gone down the inside, out of shot. Michael Barber leads now. In car number 22, the Michael Barber Motors airside car takes the lead, coming out onto the main straight. Well, Peter Barber will be absolutely delighted with this one. And big squeeze in the background there between McGovern and Mark Johnson along the pit wall. Here comes Barber now. Fishburne wants to have a go back at him, goes to the outside, high and wide. Barble's car bouncing as he turns in, and sheds direct Ireland car of Alan Dawson right in there too. IT power car of Mark Johnson next up. Oh, Bradley's been caught by Richie Byrne, the flying Richie Byrne, number 55, another novice who's gone really, really well this year. This has been a great championship so far this year. It just has provided great racing, and it's so good value. And the technical guys have been hard on them all year. They've been using speed guns to check them on the main straight. They've been doing routine checks on a lot of these cars, suspension, engine, everything like that. So it's paying off, and it's giving us some wonderful, wonderful racing. There's Gary Bradley has been hijacked by Richie Byrne. He's gone back in place. It's Phil Lawless, I think, next up with him. Is that... That's Lar Whelan, isn't it? It is. Where's Lar Whelan over the overall order? I think he's in the top 6. He is. Lar Whelan's not too far from the leaders. This is great progress from him. He was he started right at the back of Raw Novice, and he's progressed his way up there, done a lot of work on the car himself, and it's great to see him. He'll be getting excited with this one, won't he? Watching the big boys up front. He's 5th, actually. Are we missing somebody? Or is that actually, maybe I'm mistaken that for the McGovern car. Let's see when it goes back into shot. It is, that's the McGovern car. Let's see where, I think Mark Johnson will be next. No, Mark Johnson's back ahead of that. It's hard to keep up. That's Johnson and McGovern, that's what it is. So it's a gap back to Lar Whelan, but he should be next up. Here comes Barber, Fishburne and Dawson. Cars handle really well, these little Zetecs. They're great bases for a race car. They started racing them in Kyrgyzstan originally, and Mondello Park launched them down here about 7 years ago. They've been hugely popular ever since, 8 years ago maybe. There's Lar Whelan, the white car. Best of the rest, certainly well ahead of the other relative novice drivers. Oh, Gary Bradley's got back ahead of Richie Byrne. That's a great scrap. And I think that's, is it Roy Tobin? It's Phil Lawless and Roy Tobin in there too. So 1, 2, 3, 4 cars together in this one. 5 cars, I should say, because McGovern has got back up to them again. Who has fastest lap? Michael Barber still 2:13.145 as they go by to start another lap. 3 minutes 45 seconds still to go. There's Phil Lawless has got up the inside of Richie Byrne. Gary Bradley's got back to the front of that group, but the leader's still battling. I don't think this is over just yet. Alan Dawson will be looking to put a move on Ian Fishburne. Ian Fishburne, very impressive, isn't he? He hasn't got the experience of the guys in front or behind. He did a bit of rally crossing, he was very good at that, and then he did a couple of races last year in a Murray Motorsport car. And Mick Kyo again. Oh, it's not Mick Kyo this time. Thought it was the orange blob, as he calls his car, but it wasn't. It was car number 25 that went off that time. Mick Kyo, saying I blamed him incorrectly. It was Luke Noon that was making sandcastles down in turn 1. Michael Barber beginning to ease away. That's actually a massive lead by Zetec standards this year. 2 lengths as he comes down into the Bridgestone corner. Second gear in these cars, grabbing third gear before the exit. Third gear all the way up the hill here. McGovern is closing them back up again, I think. They're all beginning to move around. There's Lar Whelan. He isn't actually that far back from the leaders. Great to see it. Oh, Dawson, can he get the nose up the inside? You can see what he's trying to do, can't you? He's just trying to do that barrel move of getting the nose up the inside, and all you need to be is half alongside on the back straight, and you probably have the job done. But Fishburne has seen it before, and he gets across to the right hand side pretty soon. We're all as late as they can be. A Fishburne with a big lunge down the inside of Barber. Now that's a move in over the curb. Good stuff from him. A classic manoeuvre down into 7A and B. No damage done. Ian Fishburne has just put away Michael Barber with a last minute lunge down into 7A, and that's wrong footed Barber, and it's allowed Dawson alongside. And Barber now, can he defend? No, he can't, and he gets contact from Mark Johnson, which sends him off as well. And Johnson then gets by Dawson on the exit. McGovern has to take to the grass to go round the outside of Dawson. It's all gone a little bit hectic. There's no real gouging, but it got a bit physical there. Barber won't be happy with that one, I don't think. The contact from Johnson there, sending him wide, and that allowed him by, but it's knocked Dawson back, and McGovern made the gain there. But certainly Ian Fishburne is leading this one now with just 1 minute 45 to go. And he wasn't happy after the first race. There's been a little bit of contact he wasn't happy with. He'd be very happy after this one if he can hang on to it. Ian Fishburne now for Fish Graphics. What about that for a lunge down the inside? Came from a long way back too. And Barber saw it coming and left him just the width of a Fiesta. He's down into turn 1. He's taking a high, wide line, no defences, full racing line. He's been involved in Mondello Park for many, many years. Ian Fishburne does graphics on plenty of racing cars down here, all the Murray Motorsport cars, Eric Holstein's cars, all those cars he's done the designs on. And as we said before, it's like Jay O'Reilly in the ITCC. It's great to see these guys that have graphics companies doing their cars up so well. In fact, Ian was saying he was hoping to do a different livery on the car every race, but sure, he had to put bumpers and stuff on it between races, so he was busier doing that than he was re-liverying the car, but it still looks great. The ITCR car of Mark Johnson is now up to second place, but Michael Barber is hanging around behind him, and I think he'd probably be a little bit aggrieved, but let's have a look and see what happens. Johnson locks that inside rear wheel as they come into the S's, the ITCR car 21. Mark Johnson going beautifully right out to the outside now, but he's got Barber shadowing him on the way up the hill. He's very confident, Mark Johnson. He doesn't over-defend. He's still not afraid to go high and wide on the way into that corner. Just 30 seconds to go. This is the last lap, ladies and gents. It's a shame. I'd let them run for another few laps if I had a choice. Mark Johnson, 21, and Michael Barber, 22. Well, they're in the numerical order, if you're into that sort of thing, as they go down there. 21 leading 22. And McGovern has got by Alan Dawson. They all try and close up on the brakes. There's Phil Lawless on the inside, Roy Tobin on the outside, Gary Bradley just ahead of them still. Great day for Gary Bradley. Haven't seen that kind of form for him before. And Lawless down the inside of Roy Tobin there into 7A. Over the curb. Next on his list now will be Gary Bradley if he can get up there. But Barber hasn't managed to do anything about Mark Johnson now as they go through Bahrain's bends down to Devaney's, the long, long left-hander. Barber right with him. Will he try a lunge into the final corner, Southside Motor Factors? I suspect he might, but this is going to be a big, big day for Ian Fishburne from Fish Graphics now as he goes through Paddock Corner for the last time, up the hill for the last time to the final corner. He will be so happy with this one. Ian Fishburne down to second gear, covers the inside just in case there could be a lunge from anyone. Barber gets a great run on the way out and gets the nose alongside Johnson, but Johnson I think contains it. The checkered flag is ready. It's going to be a fantastic win for Ian Fishburne. Oh, he's punching the air with both hands as he goes beneath us here in the tower. He's so happy with that one. Ian Fishburne takes his first win in the Zetec Safety Fiesta Zetec Championship. There's Lara Whelan going through, very much best of the rest, flashing the lights. Gary Bradley will be delighted with his run there, the Wexford Motor Club man. Phil Lawless and Roy Tobin right with him, and that really has been great stuff. Sean Manning next up, the black car, that's a good one, his first day out. Well done, Sean Manning, a new addition to the car. He's halfway up the grid. Then it's Keelan Noon and Luke Noon. Then Mark Minahan coming across the line now. And Mick Kyo next across. And 32 is Caleb Shanley. And then Richie Byrne, who had gone so well but obviously had problems. He's next one up, number 55. He was right up there with Gary Bradley and those guys in the middle of that, but going quite slowly across the line, so obviously a problem for him towards the end of that one. But absolutely fantastic entertainment there from the Zetec Safety Fiesta Zetec Championship. It's been a great season for them so far. They've still got 2 more races to go, and then of course they will have the 6-hour Fiesta Zetec race here at Mondello Park on November the 7th. So great stuff, as we said, from Fiesta Zetec. We did expect that and we got it. Next up in just a few minutes time will be the Irish Autoparts.ie Future Classics. And then don't go anywhere, because the biggest, the fastest and the loudest cars at Mondello Park will be back with the Finstown House Formula Boss Ireland Championship. So 2 races still to go here at Mondello Park.
One health check, 4 hours, total peace of mind. Beacon Hospital's Health Check is Ireland's only advanced health screening programme with results delivered on the same day. This is modern medicine. This is Beacon Hospital. Book your Beacon Health Check today at beaconhospital.ie.
Well, if you thought you were going to get a chance to get a cup of tea or go to the toilet, you were mistaken, because we're moving fairly rapidly here from race to race, and great messages flying in here after the last Zetec race. Brian Matthews from Patch Tire Equipment, who's a former sponsor of that championship, says that he's coming back out of retirement because that was great racing. So thanks very much for the messages coming in. I'm glad that the viewers are enjoying this as much as I am and as much as we are here at Mondello Park, because we've had some great racing today, haven't we? I'd say we're going to have a bit more now. This is the IrishAutoparts.ie Future Classics. Now, we should have Tomás O'Rourke on pole, but Tomás O'Rourke has kindly sent us a message to say that he broke in third gear in the first race, and there wasn't really any point in trying to go out for race 2. It's a shame, it'll rob us of a little bit of a spectacle, but there's plenty more to happen in this one. So that leaves Aiden Byrne on the front row. I'm not sure if Aiden Byrne has won that championship yet, but he's sure he's leading it because he's done plenty of winning this year. He knows exactly what to do here. Daniel Mcdonnell gave us all the entertainment in race 1, the local man from Clane in the red, ex-Gordon Kellett Punto Abarth. Then Paul Flanagan next up, who had a quick spin early on in that beautiful little Clio. Then it's Ger Byrne in the rear wheel drive BMW 3 Series. Mike Dermody, who had a problem in race 1. Rob King in the Trackdays.ie and Digital Motorsport MX5. Raymond Mealy in the Celica. Conor Mcgowan, who was first across the line in race 1 but broke the barrier time on a number of occasions, dropping him well back. And Richard Shattuck, there he is on screen now in the yellow Civic. David Hammond in the little Fiat Uno there, the blue car going through. Paddy Howley on our list, but he's not out there. Kevin Cahill in the Punto Abarth starting right at the back. And then the Future Classics, a slightly slower class, will be led away by Donald Cullity, who's a constant winner in that class. The beautifully turned out Honda Civic Coupe. It's done in the Honda Repsol colours, and his transporter is wrapped exactly the same. It's a credit to him, and we'd love to see more racing cars like that at Mondello Park. It looks absolutely fantastic. We're told David Heavey is watching as well from Canada, so hello to David Heavey, well known to us of course from Leastone Cars. So great to have viewers, I wouldn't say from all over the world, but certainly there are some people in foreign parts watching us here, and it's great to hear it. So there's Ger Byrne in the rear wheel drive BMW. Oh, there's the Mike Dermody Vectra did make it out. That's the RK racing car. So I'm sure Dick and Richie Carney were working hard on that one to fix whatever problem he had early on. That's a beautiful car, very well prepared. It sounds absolutely fantastic. Red top engine. So great to see it here today. Great to see so many young drivers doing so well, and the novices getting a grip in a lot of these classes and starting to challenge the regulars. Also, one thing that I noticed, I met a couple of young kart drivers here during the lunch break, and that's great to have them and their families here. They're very, very welcome at Mondello Park, and of course we're always trying to get a bit of transfer and get people to graduate from karts up to cars. That's something we're working on at Mondello Park, and if we can help at all, get in touch, because we're keen to get more young drivers involved in all the classes here in the ICCR at Mondello Park. There's Mike Dermody going through in the Vectra. Great sound from Aiden Byrne Celica as he comes down to take up pole position. That car, as Aiden will tell you, is a little bit wallowy, a little bit of a handful in the corners, but it's great in the straight line, and Aiden well able to drive it. Punto Abarth mightn't be as quick in a straight line, but certainly would be very nimble. Similarly, that Clio, car number 33 of Paul Flanagan, all very experienced driver, ex-Fiat Uno Cup and ex-Fiat Punto driver, and would have had plenty of wins. And on the next row of the grid is Ger Byrne, former Formula Vee driver, father of Jack Byrne, who was on pole for that Martin Birrane Trophy race. Then it's Mike Dermody in the RK Racing Vectra. Then it is Rob King from Digital Motorsports and Trackdays.ie in the open top MX5, alongside Raymond Mealy in the Celica. Then it's the man to watch, I suppose, is Conor Mcgowan in the dark coloured Civic Coupe. Potentially the quickest driver on the grid, but he's got to be careful. Away they go. A good start from Rob King. Oh, Dermody getting stalling. It's almost very, very slow away there in the Vectra, and he swamped right to the back. So it's Aiden Byrne that leads. Flanagan down the outside of McDonnell. Mcgowan from the back is already 4th place in that Honda Civic Coupe. And Bradley round the outside to take the Future Classics lead from Donald Cullity. The Mini, I think, might have it as they go through turn 2. Aiden Byrne already got a good start, good first couple of corners, and he pushes as hard as he can on this lap, the standing start lap. But Mcgowan powers by the Punto Abart, but McDonnell goes back at him on the brakes down the inside. This is good stuff. Mcgowan probably should only have to sit around the outside, should be able to blast by on the way to the S. Look at the speed difference in that car. Very quick in a straight line, that Civic, and he drives it beautifully too. But Daniel McDonnell not finished just yet, tries to close him in. Ger Byrne there tries to get a wide line in, but Rob King just stuffs the MX-5 down the inside, and the 2 rear wheel drive cars drift out of the corner and away up the hill. Oh, a lot of smoke from that car already from the Dermody Vectra. It doesn't look well at all as it heads up the hill. It's a bit of smoke from that Mcgowan car as well, as he's up to 2nd place now by Paul Flanagan, and he just drives away. And Ger Byrne now with a great run through Lola Corner, gets alongside and across the bows of the Punto Abart. Again, another car that's not. Oh, but look at Daniel McDonnell down the outside of the brakes. He could compromise himself here, and Rob King once again, he does stuff it up the inside. So Rob King will be loving this one. He's been very opportunistic on this, the opening lap. And those 2 cars battled in race 1. So it looks like they're going to do it again. Richard Shattuck as well, looking for a piece of the action in the yellow Civic. Flanagan now holding off Ger Byrne, 57 in the 3 Series BMW. Great battle. Oh, and down the inside again. Rob King, he's the master of this, isn't he? Just fires it up the inside of anybody and doesn't make it stick on that occasion. Ger Byrne just sits around the outside. Rob King very quick through paddock corner though. Ger Byrne spotted it the same way I did. Or did he? Leaves the door open, and Rob King, thank you very much, down the inside. Rob King giving us all the entertainment. He hangs the tail out on the exit of Southside corner, but the BMW way quicker in a straight line. And so is the Civic, and so is the Punto Abart. Poor Rob King, all his good work is going to be undone. They all go by him on this straight. 3 cars just passed him on the straight. What does he do? Back down the inside of one of them again. David Hammond down the inside of the Vectra. That Vectra is certainly not a healthy car, unfortunately, today. It should be a lot quicker than that. Donald Cullity going nicely though, and he's hanging on to those Super Future Classic. Here's the lead battle. Now, he's got to make a decision, doesn't he, Mcgowan? He doesn't want to break the barrier time, so he should probably just sit on Aiden Byrne's tail for as long as he can, as opposed to trying to get by and then maybe getting too far ahead or going a touch too quick and breaking that time. Here's Rob King again. This should be interesting. If he keep them inside, he'll have another go, but he's very short of power there. As they head down towards the S's, or Bridgestone corner today. Closes right in again and handles beautifully that car. And Rob King driving it well. He's all over the back of Shattuck, but the hill coming up the inside. Mcgowan down the inside of Aiden Byrne. Now Aiden Byrne has it contained. Mcgowan trying to get up the inside. That's a move we've seen used a lot today. If you could just get up the inside and get the drive, alongside will do, but he's got enough power to just drive down the outside. But Aiden Byrne surely go back at him on the brakes. He does. Aiden Byrne's not going to give this one away. Mcgowan though round the outside, very confident. Aiden Byrne still having a go. Well, this is great stuff. They're giving each other a racing room. We're seeing a lot of that today, and we love seeing it. It's good saloon car racing. A lot of people would just come off the break and into the quarter panel. It hasn't happened. That's good hard stuff. 2 very different cars. Oh, Aiden Byrne tidier through there and quicker on the way out, but I don't think he's going to be able to have a go, is he? Mcgowan out front now. Fast as that is to Mcgowan, but it was a standing start lap, so no penalties broken just yet. So he's out front already in this Civic Coupe, and he's driving away from Aiden Byrne. Byrne looks like he's pushing pretty hard himself right out onto that curb. Of course, they'll know the TV cameras are watching. Mcgowan turns in very early there. Aiden Byrne with a more classic Mondello park line, late apex into the curb and right out to the curb. Then it's Flanagan. It's Byrne. Oh, great battle coming through. Next up, that's Richard Shattuck has got to the front of that. He started well back. He's got ahead of Daniel McDonnell now. McDonnell has to go back on the brakes, but he's on the outside once again. Rob King on the brakes, trying to outbrake everybody. Kevin Cahill in the mix now. Melia in there too in the Celica. All the great variety of cars in this IrishAutoParts.ie Future Classic race. And McDonnell gets a good run through turn 2. Fancy's having a go at Shattuck Civic there on the way down to turn 3. right together now as they go through the first kink, and he's looking down the inside. Oh, great move by Mcdonnell. That is good stuff. He's going to go a little bit wide slightly, but he contains it. Now that's good stuff. Down the inside again. No call, dear, oh dear. The Civic just drives by him and back again on the straight. It's like Rob King. It's heartbreaking. He locks up the wheels. Speaking of Rob King, hi lads, he's right with them as well. Rob King getting in on the action. Great racing from Future Classics here at Mondello Park. And Rob King, he might have no straight line power, but he's really having a go. Kevin Cahill has come up from last on the grid to join these guys as well. He's going nicely in the JD racing car, the John Downey machine. So great entertainment. The 3 Series and Renault Clio now for what is second overall. Let's see, nobody has. Oh, they have. The barrier times have been broken. Conor Mcgowan, 10-second penalty, and that drops him all the way back to 9th place currently. Now he probably will come forward a little bit from that, but great stuff. That's Dermody coming back in, probably just as well. A little bit of smoke there, but that's Rob King having a real go now in the little MX-5, and then Shattuck in the Civic, and Daniel Mcdonnell. It's almost as if the classes have been told to perform before the cameras are here. In fact, great racing at Mondello Park today. It's great to be streaming it, but all these classes quite accessible. If you want to have a go, you can get involved quite easily. There's Paul Flanagan now trying to hold off the big rear-wheel drive BMW, and almost getting the door closed there, but does get it closed. Ger Byrne spots it, goes high and wide. Daniel Mcdonnell next up, but he's got Shattuck behind him, and we know the Civic is quicker than that Punto Abarth in a straight line. Shattuck gets right into the apex. He's looking for a blast by here on the main straight. You can see them at the top of our screen. There's McElmel. Won't be aware that he's had you're not allowed to have inboards or lap timers in this class, so he won't be aware that he's broken the barrier time. He's only broken it once, and he's now up to 4th place, including his penalty. This will be interesting. If he can contain that, he could still win it. McDonnell around the outside again. That is a great battle between those two guys. And if they lift off at all, Rob King will be all over them in the little MX-5. So this is great stuff. McElmel leads on the road, but Aiden Byrne leads on the timing monitor. Paul Flanagan 2nd place on the timing monitor. Has it changed again? Paul Flanagan now showing the lead. Has Aiden Byrne broken things? He has. I think it's showing Aiden Byrne back at 5th place. Let's have a quick look at the monitor as these 3 battle away. 2:04.909 for Aiden Byrne. 2:04, yeah, Aiden Byrne, 10-second penalty. Now that's unusual. There's the champion in this class, the man that set up the class. He's normally a master at this, but he's pushing hard to hang on to McElmel, and Aiden Byrne and Ger Byrne has got one as well. They're only just a fraction under it, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how far you are under it. They've earned themselves a 10-second penalty. So now the official order is Paul Flanagan, Flanair in the little Clio. He's leading. Daniel Mcdonnell in that red Punto is 2nd. Richard Shattuck is 3rd. Well, they've just swapped places. That's the battle for 2nd we're watching on screen now. And Rob King is in there too, because he hasn't got a penalty. But so Ger Byrne, Aiden Byrne, Conor Mcgowan have all had penalties. Ger Byrne there in the BMW has gone a fraction too quick. Paul Flanagan hasn't. Aiden Byrne has. That's very unusual. Ger Byrne, good stuff, high and wide on Devaney's corner and gets the run on the way out. Paul Flanagan just chops across his bows. So how long have we got left to go in this one? That's going to be crucial. We still have 6 minutes 44 to go. And we've 3 drivers with penalties. McElmel's done it again. And he's going to do it a 3rd time, I'd say, this time round. Not so bad that time round. So now it's Paul Flanagan leading from Aiden Byrne, Ger Byrne, McElmel, Daniel Mcdonnell. No, it's changed again. It's Flanagan, Shattuck, Aiden Byrne, Daniel Mcdonnell. So the penalties are rolling in. This is some great racing. Look at Shattuck and McDonnell. It's door to door again. And Rob King in the sideways MX-5 right with them. Getting a little bit smoky. I hope it's okay, that MX-5. The Digital Motorsport man, Rob King and Niall Maher set that company up, and they're now associate sponsors, or title sponsors I should say, of the ICCR. They've been involved with us since the start of the season. We're going to get something set up where we get race drivers into a sim down here at one of the race meetings, or set up some sort of a challenge with them for a bit of fun before the end of the season. But Rob King going nicely. Somebody up with them. That's Melia in the Celica just driving straight by. Flanagan as late as he can be on the brakes. Ger Byrne later on the brakes, locking up the wheels. Good stuff from Ger Byrne. That'll be a heavier car, but he's still closing him down on the brakes. Frantic battle here, but Ger Byrne did get himself a 10-second penalty. Mike Pola, that man there, has got a 20-second penalty, but he's up to... No, he's well back. Let's see where he is. He's not showing on the screen at all, or is he? I'm showing Flanagan, Shattuck, Aiden Byrne, Daniel McDonnell, Rob King, Raymond Melia, Ger Byrne. Doesn't show him on the screen at the moment. We'll see if that refreshes. Ger Byrne's got down the inside. He tried to do that for 3 laps and he's finally made it stick. There's perseverance for you. Paul Flanagan goes high and wide in the Clio, later on the brakes, looking to get a switchback. Oh, Ger Byrne gets 2 sideways, surely at the apex, holds it beautifully. What a beautiful drift on the way out on the power in the 3 Series. And in fact, it doesn't cost him much time at all. These two are still going at it. Shattuck and Daniel McDonnell. Shattuck gets up the inside. This time you can see them at the top of your screen. And the Civic should be quick enough to get the job done as they come towards us. It is easily. He's back by again. Daniel McDonnell has to do it all again. Melia next up. Are we missing Rob King? I think we possibly are. He hasn't gone by just yet. He's in the pit lane. Rob King is gone, unfortunately. Gave us all the entertainment in the little MX-5, but he is gone. Just 3 minutes and 58 seconds to go in this one now. So all beginning to get going. These two have had a cracking battle all the way through, the Civic and the Punto Abarth. But Ger Byrne, Aiden Byrne and Conor Mcgowan all showing with penalties. McGowan has reappeared with his penalties in 9th place overall. So nothing he can do there. He needs to be going a little bit quicker, ironically, to get a gap away from the cars behind. There he is, number 64. A little bit smoky, but it was smoky in race 1, obviously not a problem. And Byrne hanging on to him, Aiden Byrne, and then Ger Byrne, then Paul Flanagan, who's leading the race now. Flanagan, the only one of these 4 who has not taken a penalty and not broken the barrier time. So McElman's just got tremendous pace in that car. He's able to come from the back of the grid all the way up. He did the same at the last race meeting here. Then Aiden Byrne, Ger Byrne and Paul Flanagan. There's the man we're watching now. He's our leader, 33, hasn't broken any barrier times. Paul Flanagan, Aiden Byrne in 2nd place, including the barrier time, and Shattuck in 3rd place. McElman was still trying to get away there out front. Paul Flanagan happy to sit where he is. Number 33, the ex-Fiat racer. He's got this Clio for this year. Absolutely loves it. Get a great run for the lead here last time. Quick spin in race 1 while he was challenging, but going nicely in this one. 2 minutes 43 to go, so just a couple of laps still to run as McElman goes up to start another lap. Aiden Byrne now under pressure from Ger Byrne. Up at south side corner in a grandstand view for Paul Flanagan there. So another penalty for Ger Byrne that time around, I think. He'll drop him back again. Yeah, indeed it is. Ger Byrne gets himself another penalty, drops him back to 7th place with McElman now up to 6th. Oh, McDonnell down the inside. Looks like he gave a jab of the wand there, with the back of the car just getting loose as he tried to flick it across the back of the Civic. Didn't quite make it. There's Paul Flanagan, who's still leading this one. No penalties for him now, and he's still right on the back wing of Ger Byrne. Ger Byrne gets by, Aiden Byrne goes sideways, he's going to go around, no, he holds onto it, but he goes off and he's back a couple of places, and Paul Flanagan lucky not to get collected there. Just 59 seconds to go on this one. I think they probably will start another lap though. It's touch and go. McElman just at Bahrain's bends there, just ahead of these guys actually. Paul Flanagan desperately trying to stay out of trouble here. The others desperately trying to involve him in the trouble there. He doesn't need this now. Ger Byrne having a go at him. He has to defend into Giovanni's corner. Ger Byrne off again. He's getting a little bit ragged here. Paul Flanagan holds the inside line. 24 seconds to go. No, they're going to get another lap. But Ger Byrne, another chance there. Byrne just drives this car, grabs it by the scruff of the neck. It was the same at the last race meeting. He's a photographer's dream. There are photos of him on the end of the rack at turn 2 and places like that. This battle's still ongoing, although Shattuck has got the better of these guys. Mcdonnell now beginning to get away. Amelia having a go at him in the Celica on the outside. Mcdonnell's front tyres probably have seen better days at this stage, I'd say. Paul Flanagan now closing in on Aiden Byrne. That's the order at the moment. The other way around, Aiden Byrne has a 10-second penalty, so on the road it's going to be Flanagan for the win from Aiden Byrne, Shattuck in 3rd, Mcdonnell in 4th, Melia in 5th, Kevin Cahill in 6th, and then McElnell in 7th place, including all of his many penalties. Go through Bridgestone for the last time. These three have scrapped mightily, but especially Flanagan and Ger Byrne for the duration. Flanagan closing in the brakes there into Lola corner. Aiden Byrne a little bit wide. Like those Toyotas, as he says himself, they'd be a little bit hard on the tyres towards the end of the race. The fronts would be gone off a little bit. Now hanging on out front. Paul Flanagan won't be interested in getting past him. I'd imagine he'll know the story here. Flanagan looking good for a win. Aiden Byrne will still be 2nd place even with the penalty, because Ger Byrne also has a penalty and is just behind him. In fact, Ger Byrne has 2 penalties, 20 seconds. Donald Cullity takes a 10-second penalty on the final lap in the Future Classics. That's going to send him back. Or will it? I don't know if it will. Will put Gilbert Clancy ahead actually on the final lap. So here they come now. The checkered flag is prepared. Aiden Byrne will be first across the line. No, McElnell will be first across the line. Then Aiden Byrne, and then our winner, the little Clio, blasts up alongside of Paul Flanagan, takes the win. So it's Paul Flanagan from Aiden Byrne. Conor Mcgowan takes 3rd place, even with 20-second penalty. Or does he? No, the rest of them are coming across the line. It's sorting itself out now. It's Flanagan, Aiden Byrne, Richard Shattuck, Daniel McDonnell, Raymond Melia, Kevin Cahill, Conor Mcgowan, David Hammond and Ger Byrne, and that is the order in which they will finish. Now coming down towards us are the Future Classics class, and Cullity's first across the line, but he got himself a penalty late on in that race, and that gives the win to Gilbert Clancy. But Paul Flanagan is the winner there, number 33, as he comes back into the paddock. So great stuff from Future Classics Racing. We'll be back in a few minutes' time with the biggest, loudest and fastest races of the weekend, the Finstown Hotel Formula Boss Ireland.
A ride-on lawnmower. We have zoomed by a tricycle. And we whisked by a food mixer. Are you ready, Sean?
Let's do this.
2 men fast and furious, Roy Taylor and Sean Woods, both diagnosed with MND, are taking on a challenge the world has never seen before. They're going to lap Mondello in their wheelchairs. Saturday, September 25th at Mondello. Witness history.
One health check. 4 hours. Total peace of mind. Beacon Hospital's Health Check is Ireland's only advanced health screening programme with results delivered on the same day. This is modern medicine. This is Beacon Hospital. Book your Beacon Health Check today at beaconhospital.ie.
Well, we're back, a little commercial break there, and as you can probably hear from the sound effects in the background, we're back with the Finstown House Formula Boss Ireland, and thankfully I'm being joined once again by Donald Griffin. Donald, I enjoyed the banter in the first race meeting. You're almost like a crutch is the wrong word to use, but it's great to have someone with the inside knowledge of the class beside you when you're having a chat. What's the news from the pit carriages?
Okay, yeah, I feel like a bit like a crutch actually, but we're missing one driver from the second row, Aaron Cochran, who had a problem with a fuel rail on the Paul O'Connell F3, leaking fuel, so he's not out. And a third row starter, number 6, on the 6th position on the third row is Noel Robinson, who got a wing taken off after running into the back of Mick Roach. So, and the third non-starter is Tom Cochran, who his throttle stuck open there going into Southside Motor Factors corner, the last corner of the track, and went straight on into the tyre barriers there. So he did a nice bit of damage, left front corner and bodywork, etc. So he's out.
Right, and do we have an update on the Jonathan Files car? Do you know what the
Johnny
problem was?
Johnny Files got hit from behind by Eamon Madison, I believe, and broke a mounting for the top wishbone. So they got one back from the homestead and brought it in. Dan Daly and all the lads got stuck in, and just about 20 minutes ago got it finished. So he's out, he's running from the back of the grid.
Great. Sure, he's always in the back of the grid. It's like an entertainment centre. You know, we said that the last week, Donald, if you want entertainment, just put Jonathan Files into the mix, because he's never boring, is he?
Never. No, he's always there, and he's a super pilot, brave pilot, and hopefully he gets a clear run and we'll see more action today from him.
Yeah, brilliant. There's Shane Rabbit in the beautiful Deliver It car. The Rabbit's like ours, always immaculate. Barry Rabbit's away on holidays by the pool somewhere watching, and he'll be egging on Shane, who's just rebuilt the engine in that car. So that should be good stuff. Although we don't have so many of the lower powered cars at the moment. An F3 car is almost mid-grid. The pace has come on so much in this class. It's great to see it.
Exactly, yeah. Roland Doherty's very happy with his performance today, and Sylvie Mullins actually, who is starting from the front row, the number 2 slot, the outside of the front row, he could actually win the championship today if the results come his way. If he finishes second and Fergus Hardy finishes fourth, Sylvie can't be caught for the championship.
Okay, that's I like the way they've done the calculations based on him coming second, because it's going to be really hard to beat Paul O'Connell in this one. If you didn't see the race earlier on, Sylvie Mullins on the outside of the front row is in a gold Hillclimb chassis with a Formula 1 Judd engine. That's the Red Bull livery car. But the car you really got to watch is the car on the third row of the grid is Paul O'Connell in a GP2. It's a Lara GP2 car. It's running in the Jordan Sasol livery, but it's incredibly quick here. So we're getting ready to go. Files taking the last chance to warm up the rear tyres there at the back of the grid. Red lights are on at the top of the screen. They're out and away they go. Sylvie Mullins gets a good start, but Mick Roach up pole. Paul O'Connell in trouble there, but Sylvie still in second place. Fergus Fardy up the third. Big lock up there for Michael Roach. So Mick Roach leads this one down into turn one. Oh, Files stuffs it down the inside by Rabbit and by Roland Doherty straight away, and having a go at somebody else. Files on a charge, Donald.
Yeah, Files is going through all right, and I noticed that Paul O'Connell had a poor enough start there, lost a couple of places.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't be happy about that, but all we want in the ICCR is entertainment, and things like Paul O'Connell having a bad start is definitely going to give us a little bit of entertainment. So this is it, Mick Roach. Oh, he's out locking wheels, he's pushing hard because he knows the big boys are coming behind him. Sylvie Mullins right with him, Fergus Fardy, but here's the man with the fastest car on track, Paul O'Connell, and the back steps out. It looks evil, but he stays on the power and he blasts up to third place. And a lot of people talking about that, Paul, Donald, it doesn't look like a nice car to drive, that GP2 car.
Yeah, well, now that he's put decent rubber on the back end of that car, he says it's sticking well, so expect him to go through, and I think Sylvie Mullins expects him to go through.
Yeah, he's almost with them there. Look at this down into, this is great stuff from Mick Roach to be ahead of these two big cars. Sylvie will probably have to wait until the main straight to get by. I'm not sure if Paul will wait that long. There's going to be some drag race past the grandstand at the end of the first lap, because we've probably got the second and third, or the first and second quickest cars in reverse order, and second and third place here in a straight line. Mick Roach boxing above his weight in the little F3 car, stretching out his lead there at Devaney's corner, and again at Paul O'Connell having to go down the inside. No thank you, says Sylvie. I'll hang on to this for a minute, Paul, and puts on the power. Now they're coming out onto Main Straight, Donald. This is going to be it.
Yeah, I reckon Sylvie, if he has Mick Roach is well in the lead there. I doubt if they'll catch him, but Paul O'Connell's going through on the outside.
Well, they've both caught the F3 car. Mick Roach can do enough on the brakes to hold them both off, and Sylvie round the outside takes the place back from Paul O'Connell. Paul O'Connell's not happy with that, has another go at turn 2. He's trying to go round the outside, but again Sylvie says no. This is great stuff.
Yeah, 2 into turn 2 doesn't work.
No, rarely. Well, they might go in, but they don't come back out. Isn't that what they say? Exactly. Well, this is great stuff for Mick Roach, isn't it? Holding off the big boys here, Donald.
Yeah, he's not an easy man to pass, and Sylvie's not going to take any chances because he needs to finish this race.
Yeah, it's a championship for him, whereas Paul O'Connell wants to win. So there they go down the outside. This is danger, up the hill, big power shows here. Watch Paul O'Connell, back of the car moving again. Gets the run, he gets alongside the Formula 1 engine car. Commitment round the outside, but Sylvie's not going to let him round the outside. He goes back at him on the brakes. Paul tries to switch back to the inside, but Sylvie has that covered as well. This is cracking stuff. It's Fergus Fardy not too far away either.
Yeah, because they're holding each other up, and there's Sylvie gone through into the lead momentarily. But Mick Roach is back in there.
Yeah, just for a second, wasn't it? He got the nose ahead and Mick went back at him on the brakes again. This is great to see. We love battles like this, and Formula Boss Ireland has been wonderful this year for the variants of cars and all these different battles. Mick Roach could hang on here. It's unlikely, but if the two boys leave each other alone, they could probably both drive by him on the straight, but they're at each other the whole time. Sylvie has to defend there, look, and he's away again, and Fergus Fardy is coming at them. He's closing the gap.
Yeah, the two big cars there, Sylvie Mullins and Paul O'Connell, are actually holding themselves up a bit, but yeah, I've no doubt that those cars will get through eventually.
Yeah, they're having a look here. They made him defend. He'll be even slower on the straight. They're both going to have a go at him here. Oh, Paul O'Connell thinking of the inside, the outside. Look at this. Incredible power blasting by the grandstand at Mondello Park. Sylvie Mullins leads. Paul O'Connell second, and Mick Roach locks up the brakes. But there's nothing he can do about these cars in front. Paul O'Connell wants to have a go here. As you said, Sylvie has one eye on the championship, but he's not going to hand this over, Ronald.
Yeah, I think I overheard Sylvie actually saying to Paul O'Connell before they started out for this race, let's make a race of it.
I don't think Paul needs to be told, does he? But they're definitely making a race of it here. Sylvie Mullins and Paul O'Connell, two of the quickest cars. In fact, definitely the two quickest cars in the paddock here this weekend. And Sylvie Mullins leads Paul O'Connell all over the back of him in the GP2. Look at the back of the car moving around. It looks like such a handful. Sylvie Mullins' car is it doesn't seem to get the same traction out of the corners, but it has plenty of poke in a straight line to be able to hold him back. And Paul O'Connell now right in behind him, looking for a toe on the long back straight. And Sylvie has to move to the right again as Paul gets that run at him. But they're big wide cars, Donald. It's not going to be easy to make a move, is it?
No, and the thing is, both of these cars have similar horsepower, but the GP2 car, obviously, it has more modern aero, so would be probably a little bit quicker through the air.
That looked like there was going to be a lunge coming there, but Sylvie said, I don't think so, and he just stopped that one happening. So great stuff from these guys up front. We didn't expect to get the big cars battling like this. Final race of the day, the final day of the ICCR. This kind of shows us what the ICCR has brought to Irish motor racing. We've got live streaming, we've got a sponsor involved, we've got great racing, incredible cars. We didn't think we'd get to see a GP2 car or even a Formula 1 engine car racing at Mondello Park. We didn't expect to see them racing like this. Paul O'Connell sideways as he stands on the power, gets right in behind Sylvie, but he can't do anything about him just yet. Sylvie goes to the inside, Paul O'Connell goes to the outside. Sylvie Mullins looking very composed here, Donald, isn't he?
He is, yeah, for a guy that's trying to win the championship, yeah, and I think he won't try any daredevil blocking manoeuvres there, because you know what, Paul O'Connell now is a fair pilot, in fact, and he will not take him out.
Paul's going to have a rethink, or maybe hang back and get a run somewhere, because Sylvie's containing him here. When you're battling with someone, Donald, if you don't get by him with inside a lap or two, you can get stuck behind somebody no matter how much quicker you are.
You can, yes, indeed. Now they've pulled away from Mick Roach there, I see, and I think Paul O'Connell could. He looks like to have the quicker car there.
Yeah, he does look like, doesn't he? Yeah, but the car looks difficult when he stands on the power. Looks trying to get up the inside. Sylvie covers it perfect, the centre of that corner, and Paul has to come on and off the power. And when he gets back on the car, gives a little shudder. It just looks like it's weaving around. Is he beginning to get a little bit? Is it a little bit ragged behind him? Maybe the car's certainly moving around more. Paul O'Connell's going to have to find I think a run out of the last corner might do it. Oh, Files right in the middle of it there. Oh, hand in the air. Problem for Jonathan Files, it looks like there, as he's letting all these other cars by. Oh, Shane Rabbit again, another man boxing above his weight. He's ahead of a few. That's Daniel Fardy he's ahead of, and Roland Doherty. So the little Formula Renault earning its money today.
Exactly, yeah, it's a nice little car, very nimble car, not the same horsepower as the other boys, near enough horsepower, but the other car's a bit more nimble, more modern technology on them.
Well, the Rabbits are fans of boxing above their weight, aren't they?
Absolutely, they always do. It's a pity we don't have Barry here mixing it with them.
I remember when Barry won the Leinster Trophy, we had the best headline ever. Underdog Rabbit throws cat amongst pigeons.
Very good, yeah.
As many animals as we could get into one headline. So, oh, look at this now. A good run through turn 2 for Paul O'Connell. Sylvie spots it coming though, and he moves to the inside. He's always watching the mirrors. He's putting the car where Paul needs to be. Paul O'Connell's going to have to do something special here. And there's certain parts of the track where he doesn't look as quick there. Now he's lost a length or two, but in other places.
Yeah, I think a win here for Sylvie would certainly seal the championship for him. But he has another 2 races to go at the next month, so he can still do it. But Paul O'Connell's going for the outside there. Oh no, he didn't get through. He doesn't. Sylvie seems to have the blocking manoeuvres.
He's very quick out of that Bridgestone corner and up the hill though, so Sylvie has to be really, really smooth out of there and not make any mistakes. A little bit sideways. Oh, Paul now having a look on the brakes down into 7A, but Sylvie has that covered. He's not going to get a switch back. Sylvie's got enough power that he can slow it down at the slow stuff and just stand on the loud pedal. But it's a mid-speed corner, it seems, where Paul gets the run, and that's when he's dangerous.
Yeah, and Paul O'Connell's running carbon brakes in this car now, so they're really working well for him, he said. So, yeah, I'd say maybe he's holding back a little bit and waiting for as they get near the end of it.
It's great to have these two guys racing at Mondello Park in these machines, isn't it? Really is. Oh,
yeah.
He's having a good look. He's beginning to move around behind him now. I wouldn't say it's desperation, but he wants to get by here. Sylvie Mullins, centre of the road. Paul O'Connell high and wide at Southside Motor Factory's corner. Gets a later apex, gets on the power earlier. Could this be it, Donald?
It might be. He's right on his tail. And to hear the sound of these cars coming down the main straight is awesome.
Oh, he's gone down the outside on those carbon brakes you spoke about. But Sylvie drives him out wide. He's on the inside for turn 2. Oh, Sylvie Mullins holds on. This is fantastic stuff.
Yeah, you wouldn't think Sylvie's running for a championship there, would you?
No, he wants to win this race. I think Paul is probably has potential to be quite a lot quicker here, but this is a cracking battle. And Sylvie's car beginning to move around. Did you spot that, Donald, when he got the power there? First time we've seen it weaving around.
Yeah, he's probably trying a bit harder now that he's got a bit of space ahead of him, trying to create a bit of a gap there ahead of Paul O'Connell.
Paul O'Connell has fastest lap, but that's not really relevant at the moment. It's all about the battle on track, and because of the way they're driving, they're not doing laps as quick as they could. Paul O'Connell trying to get, it's the mid-speed corners where he's dangerous. Look at this, carries the speed, tries to get down the inside and the outside, but Sylvie again has it covered. He's already done this run down the outside. That's not going to work. He's got to get up the inside or get a run. Another armful of opposite lock for Paul there. He's trying hard here.
Yeah, you can see that there's a bit of understeer coming through those slow corners for Paul, and but I still think Paul has it or can get it.
Sylvie's doing really, really well. Paul looks quite a bit quicker here around the lap, but if Sylvie parks the car at the apex, doesn't make any mistakes, doesn't get out of shape, it's going to be hard for Paul to get by. And on the main straight, there doesn't seem to be much in it.
Exactly. All those, those cars, those GP2 and Sylvie's car are wide cars, so you don't go by them easy, despite the fact that you have a little bit of an edge on the straight there.
Side by side and wheel to wheel, and this time Paul O'Connell gets in front again. Sylvie's car gets the hops, drives it back down the inside. He should have enough here to sideways, but Paul O'Connell this time definitely has the inside. He's through. Paul O'Connell takes the lead now, and Sylvie Mullins relegated to second place. I suppose that was probably always going to happen, but that was a brave defence by Sylvie Mullins, and Paul O'Connell really had to try everything he knew there, Donald.
Yeah, it was a risky manoeuvre for Paul there going on the inside, but he trusts Sylvie. Sylvie wasn't going to turn in.
Yeah, it was very, very close between the two. Sylvie's hanging on. Thought Paul might disappear up the road. He still might, but Sylvie's still pushing very hard here.
Now we'll see if Paul O'Connell has the legs on Sylvie, because Paul will will try hard now to create a gap so Sylvie won't be annoying him, basically.
Yeah, so they're both of the cars hopping and bouncing around. Always a sign that they're on the limit through that Lola corner. Paul beginning to get away already. Here comes Sylvie on the brakes. He lunges back at him there, brings the gap right down. That's Sylvie's not finished just yet, maybe, Donald.
Not quite, because I think if he was able to win this race, he'd be putting the championship well out of Fergus Fardy's grasp.
Yeah, but he really is having a go, isn't he, Sylvie Mullins? Great to see that car with different wings and different front wheels, developing the car all the time, Sylvie. It gave a bit of understeer there on the way in. That cost him time.
Yeah, tyres probably getting a bit warm now with the amount of pressure he's been putting on him, so Paul looks like he's fairly comfortable there, but maybe Sylvie hasn't given up quite yet.
Here they come. The new fastest lap by Paul O'Connell into the 34s. It was 36 before that, but Sylvie's gone pretty quick as well there. He's done he's in the 36.1. So Paul's certainly clearly quicker now as he begins to get the head down. Mick Roach isn't that far back, is he? Still within sight.
Yeah, Mick Roach is still with them, and of course the F3 cars, as we see them now, there's Daniel Farty following Shane Rabbit and Roland Doherty in there as well, so the Renault keeping the two F3s at bay.
Yeah, it's good stuff from Shane Rabbit. It's a better performance than we saw in race 1, but he just built the engine. Maybe he wasn't pushing it too hard in race 1, but he really is having a go. The Rabbits, as we said, love having a go at F3 cars, and look how hard he's pushing, and he's been waved on by his pit crew there to keep it up and try and stay ahead of these F3 cars.
Yeah, and there's Eamon Madison out there in front of them, so doing a good job there, Eamon, despite the fact he had a few schmozzles in the first race of the day.
Here's Mick Roach, our early leader. Did a great job by holding off the bigger cars for 2 or 3 laps, really having a go. He was out over curbs trying everything he knew, but eventually just the brake horsepower deficit went against him, really, you know.
Yeah, Mick Roach in the, we call it Boss 2 for the under 2 litre car, so you can imagine an under 2 litre car, even staying with those boys, is some feat.
Yeah. Here's Paul O'Connell now pushing really hard. Watch the clocks as he goes by. It's into the apex. Beautiful. Look at him laying down a big number 11 on the tarmac there as he puts the power down. And fastest lap again. 34.4 that time round. 35.9 for Sylvie, not too far off. So these guys really going well now in this, the final race of the weekend for the Beacon Hospital Health Check stream of the ICCR. There's Jonathan Files. Hasn't really been putting the times in, Jonathan Files. There's still a problem with that car, I feel.
Yeah, Mick Connolly there in the Radical SR8 has been driving well all season, actually, and got a wheel broken by in an accident there in the first race. So yeah, he's driving very well but car, obviously, a sports car really isn't capable against a proper single-seater.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Jonathan Files again, but he's just lapping in the 42-second bracket, and we know he's capable of going quicker than that, so a little bit of work to do again for Jonathan Files. Pity they thought they had the car sorted yesterday. There's Eamon Matheson, another man who put so much work into that car. Himself and his son always working on a great competitor. It's great to have visitors down from Northern Ireland as well. We love having them coming down to Mondello Park. Look at Shane Rabbit wringing the neck of the car. 48 seconds to go. So I think he probably will get round to the start line to start another lap within 48 seconds. So if you didn't know what you were talking about, you'd think this was a Jordan leading a Red Bull, wouldn't you? Because the liveries on the car is done.
Yeah, a lot of people, that race these cars like to have them looking like F1 cars. So, and they are like F1 cars really of the day. So, it creates the buzz, the atmosphere, and
looks great.
Great to see them delivered up like that.
Yeah. So there you are, starting his final lap now on the final race of the weekend. Paul O'Connell, the Limerick man, former hill climber, very successful hill climber. There's a battle. Look at Shane Rabbit, the car bouncing around right on the edge, out to the curb on the edge of the Lola, a brave place to be, but the F3 car coming at him again, Daniel Fardy. But Shane Rabbit knows exactly where to park it. He's a former Irish touring car champion. He had to go in his brother Barry's single-seater and loved it, and then he's bought one. And he's 2 F3s breathing down his neck, fire-spitting F3s breathing, because Roland Doherty's having to go as well. Another man that's come on in leaps and bounds, Roland Doherty. Great to see it this weekend.
I think Roland will be very happy there with his performance, hanging on to those boys, because they are generally speaking quicker than them. But Paul O'Connell has it in the bag now, I think, barring a similar incident as he had up in Kirkstone the last lap.
Don't even mention it. Don't even mention it. He's better. The timer is telling us that the current class lap record is Dan Daly, 132.248. They're not near that just yet, but I'd say that's track conditions maybe. Oh, there's Sylvie Mullins going nicely, not pushing too hard anymore. That battle is over, so he's happy to cruise home in second. He's thinking more of the championship now. Probably has the abacus out inside the car working out the points.
Well, don't you know what? He's probably looking at his pipboard to see where Fergus Fardy is.
Yeah, exactly. Here's Paul O'Connell for the final time. He's done really well. He's won the Leinster Trophy last year, didn't get it this year. He's won the Boss Championship twice, and he's given us all the entertainment this year in this beautiful car himself. And Stone Motorsport, the car's a credit to them. And Paul, as we saw the last time, when he laid down the rubber, he drives it beautifully. This will mean a lot to them, and he comes out of the final corner. The Stone Motorsport crew are delighted. The checkered flag is waved, and Paul O'Connell takes the win at Mondello Park in the Finstown House Boss Ireland Championship. That was a great race, Donald, wasn't it?
Yeah, and considering we're missing quite a few cars, it was a good old race. Now it's nice to see those cars, and here's Sylvie coming down the main straight on his last lap.
Yeah, Sylvie gave a great entertainment and held on for as long as he could. Didn't have the ultimate pace, but he had plenty of it. Oh, a battle, this could change for the championship, could it? No, it doesn't quite get by. Mick Roach hangs on, but only just ahead of Fergus Fardy. And Fergus Fardy could have done with that place maybe for the championship calculations.
He could indeed. I think that puts Sylvie in an unassailable lead in the championship.
So he could be the champion, but we'll find out later on. We get the scores on the doors, as they used to say years ago, Donald. Brilliant. And there's Tony Greenan going by.
Yeah, we hardly saw Tony Greenan all race, but he's out there battling away and getting familiar with the car.
Yeah, we've most of the other classes we've been able to. I was just going to say, look at this. Shane Rabbit's lost the place in the last lap and he wants it back. He's down the outside of the brakes. Fardy, they've caught Eamon Matheson now. 4 cars together for the line. Look at Shane Rabbit in the little Renault going to have a go. Oh, he's being squeezed out. Well, Fardy was heading them towards the grass there, but they just pinned it and kept it lit. That's great stuff. I was just going to say that because the battle at the front tunnel was so good, we didn't see too much. The directors, rightly so, kept with the battle for the lead. It would have been great to watch more of that stuff, but you can't watch everything. And the coverage has been great all day. So good stuff.
Yeah, Files coming in there, and Mick Connolly there finishing up, I think, at the last of the runners as far as I can see.
Okay, great stuff, Donald. Well, I'm sure you have to go down and add up scores and doors. So thank you. It's very enjoyable again. We sound like 2 lads that are in a bar watching this on television or something, you know. The banter is good.
Oh yeah, no, very enjoyable, Leo, and glad to be of help.
Great, we might get you back up the next time as well. You'll be back here next meeting, will you?
I'll be abroad.
Oh, will you?
Yeah, can't say yet. It's motorsport related.
Oh, I like it. Well, we'll wait to hear what that is. Okay, brilliant. Donald Griffin from Boss Ireland, thank you so much. Great stuff from Donald and great informative. It's great to have somebody who's been down there in between the 2 races and can tell us exactly what happened. So Donald Griffin giving us great information, and keep up to date with his live Boss Ireland videos as well on Facebook. So Paul O'Connell now making his way back in here in that beautiful GP2 car, and there's the Stone Motorsport crew waiting for him. Well, there you go. That brings the race meeting to a close here at Mondello Park, and indeed brings the live stream to a close as well. It's been great racing all day. All the classes performed so well. It's great to have been able to stream them. A big thanks to the Beacon Hospital Health Check for helping us to do that, for See It Live, for getting all the action today and managing to see it live. To the ICCR organisers and the promoters, it's been a wonderful season so far. We're not finished yet. We're back here in a few weeks' time again. But I think it's safe to say that circuit racing is in good hands. To the crowds that came down today, and there were plenty of them here, they're very, very welcome, and hopefully we'll see them back at Mondello Park more in the future. I think they will. All the classes and all the new champions, you'll be able to find out more about them on ICCR.ie. That's where you need to go to for all the information. Timing.ie for any of the results you want to see from today. And if you want to know more about Mondello Park or the experiences or the BMW M cars that we saw, mondellopark.ie. So that's probably it for today, but it's been really, really wonderful. If you're watching at home on the live stream, I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did here at Mondello Park, and we'll be back soon. For the next dates and the next events that are here, ICCR.ie will give you all that information. Thank you very much for watching, and that's the end of the broadcast here today at Mondello Park.
We have overtaken a ride-on lawnmower. We have zoomed by a tricycle. And we whisked by a food mixer. Are you ready, Sean?
Let's do this.
Two men fast and furious, Roy Taylor and Sean Woods, both diagnosed with MND, are taking on a challenge the world has never seen before. They're going to lap Mondello in their wheelchairs. Saturday, September 25th at Mondello. Witness history.
One health check, 4 hours, total peace of mind. Beacon Hospital's Health Check is Ireland's only advanced health screening programme with results delivered on the same day. This is modern medicine. This is Beacon Hospital. Book your Beacon Health Check today at beaconhospital.ie.